We'll start the day with a moment of silent prayer. Thank you. Education is not just filling minds with knowledge, it's about lighting the flame of holistic development, nurturing well-being, and guiding students towards a balanced and fulfilling life. A warm welcome to our esteemed dignitaries on the dais and delegates. It's my privilege to welcome you all to the second day of National Educator Summit on Transformative School Education through Strategic Integration of Competencies. In session 3 of National Educator Summit, we focus on fostering holistic development, educator strategies for nurturing student well-being and managing academic stress. This topic is paramount in today's educational landscape as we strive to create nurturing environments that support not just academic growth, but also the overall well-being of our students. In order to enlighten us, we have an eminent person as a resource person, Dr. Justin Nelson Michael, Professor at the School of Management and the Director of Center for Research at Kristu Jayanti College, Bengaluru. On behalf of IQAC, I request Professor Ramya Ma'am, Associate Director of IQAC, to welcome Dr. Justin Nelson Michael with a potted sampling as a token of welcome. Thank you, ma'am. It's great honor to introduce our chief guest, Dr. Justin Nelson Michael, Professor and Director of Center for Research at Kristu Jayanti College. Sir is having with over 2 decades of experience in education and wealth of knowledge in the field of commerce and management. He has received prestigious research fellowships and also he recognized as a social scientist. Dr. Nelson has authored numerous books and articles extensively published in reported journals. At Kristu Jayanti College, Dr. Nelson shoulders significant responsibilities, including his role as a Director of Center for Research, co-champion for accreditation effects, editor of Kristu Jayanti Journal of Management Science, and active participation in academic and quality assurance committees. So now, please join me in welcoming Dr. Justin Nelson Michael, a resourceful mentor and inspiring academic leader. Sir, I now request you to take over the session.
Thank you, ma'am. So before I start, I wanted to give you one flipped classroom last night, one task, but then could not share it. So I request you to just scan this. Okay, so can you just, so those of you, yeah, I think all of you are familiar with your scan. So it will take you to one Psychology Tools website and you will have to, yeah, so take your time to answer those questions. So during the presentation today, I'll be coming back to it, so please, so those of you who are not getting it, you can go to Google, click on that camera icon on Google search. It'll scan it for you and take you to the website. So during this presentation, we're going to use your phone, so you can keep it on the desk. So I'll be asking you to again and again scan something on the screen. So you got it? So it's empathy quotient test. No, you just have to answer it. Keep ticking it. And please take the screenshot of the score. I request everyone to please do it. You can even share this with your teachers later on when you go back to your schools. Anybody having a difficulty? Yes. It is a very standardized tool, and also taken from a very standardized website. It is used commonly for testing empathy. I request you to please take a screenshot of the score, or remember the score, note it down in your notebook. That's it. I hope you have completed. Don't analyze too much. Okay, this is not trying to score 99 or 100. Okay, so what comes to your mind, please check the option. I realize it's a little bit lengthy. I should have shared it to Mary ma'am, requesting it to you to do it. But then it should be like a surprise test, right? $75, 80% done? Okay. Some of the toppers in the class finished it in, I think, few minutes. I don't know what they did, but they finished it very fast. I was observing. So, okay. I guess that could have been done. Some of the students just opt all ones, all fives. They just, identify which is the lucky number of the day and then go with that. Okay, fine. Now, I hope you've done it at least 50% sincerely, because I'm going to ask you some things later on based on this quiz. Yes, very good. Okay. So, a very good morning to everyone, and I'm very happy that you started the day with a quiz, a kind of an evaluation of yourself. You had a short assessment of where you stand. So I thank Kristu Jayanti College, my college. I thank my friend Dr. Gokilavani for introducing me. And I think after she introduced me, some of you would have thought, what is the qualification of this person to talk about education today? So the same thought every time when Mary ma'am asks me every year for the educators meet, the same thought comes to me. Am I the right person to talk about it? So I keep skipping, giving a lot of reasons, but this year I could not say no. So I just took the topic, what Mary ma'am has given, and I've just put it here. But as my friends very well know, I will start with the topic, but then end somewhere else. So that's what I'm going to do even today. And all of you would have been wondering, where did I start? The topic is something else, and I've asked you to do something about empathy. Right. So, yeah. So I have three names there: Justin, Nelson, Michael. So actually it is 3 generations of names. Michael happens to be my grandfather, and Justin is my father. So I'm in the middle. So if you're confused, you can call me any name, but then better you call me by my name, that is Nelson. So I have the privilege of carrying 3 generations of names. So I don't know whether it is easy to remember or difficult to remember, but anyway, so remember me as Nelson. So a disclaimer, I do not have school education experience. I have not led any schools, right? But the only claim I have is that I'm a passionate teacher. So based on that, I thought let me just share some of the thoughts with you this morning. I do not have something that is new, something that is different, because every time I try to do that, in the end of the day, what happens is we come back to what we already know. So perhaps this session is just a reiteration of what you already believe, what you have been thinking, trying to make you recollect that, be convinced more of that. So two friends were on a hiking trip, and they just noticed that there was a bear that was slowly coming towards them. And they were wondering what to do. So suddenly one of them just bent down and tried to tie his laces, and he was getting ready. So his friend asked him, "Why are you trying to do this? Do you think you can outrun the bear?" And the friend replied, "No, I don't need to outrun the bear. I need to outrun you. So you just need to be faster." Ramu and Somu are very good friends, and one day Ramu came to Somu's house, and every time Ramu came to Somu's house, he found that Somu's grandmother was reading a big book. Okay, she was reading the Bible. So she was reading the Bible every day, and every time he saw her, she used to be reading the Bible. So Ramu asked Somu, "Why is it your grandmother is studying so hard at this age?" Then he said, "I don't know. Every day she sits and she reads this big book, this Bible." Then Ramu thought for a while, and he said, "Perhaps she's preparing for her final exams." So there was a maintenance worker who came to one of the schools, because it was a very old building, and came to the schools, and then the security guard stopped him and asked, "Why are you here?" He said, "I've been called to check what is in this building, to check the various cracks, and then repair those cracks." And then, so the security guard told him, yes, this is a very old place, and we have lot of cracks in this building. There is a very big crack sitting in the principal's office." Okay? So, right? So I hope I have put you in the right mood, so reflecting on what we have to do. So please be light-hearted. The session is going to be a little light. It's not going to be very heavy. I'm just going to talk about things that perhaps you know much better than me. And I don't know whether the principals are laughing more or the teachers are laughing more. Okay, they're wondering why many are not laughing. Okay, right. Okay, right. So I'm just going to talk to you about, very briefly, about what exactly the topic of the day is. So we're going to talk about the role of teachers in students' well-being, academic stress, and various coping strategies. And then I'm going to take you, the digression that I'm going to talk about today, which you already have a clue, is the effective educator. Right. So various theories talk about why teachers have a very important role in students' well-being, or why children need teachers in their life. There are a lot of theories. So you have the self-determination theory, you have Maslow's theory, you have the social cognitive theory, positive psychology, transactional model, and then the mindset theory. So I think in your B.Ed, you would have already studied these theories. My favorite theory is the last one, which is the mindset theory. So I'm going to start with that question. Right? So do you believe that a teacher is having the influence in the behavior of a child? So that is a mindset theory. So the student's behavior is very much a reflection of the teacher's psychosocial status or well-being. So if the teacher is not okay, that's going to be reflected in the behavior of the child. So this theory says if a child is not behaving properly in the classroom or in the society, or let us say in the classroom itself, it is a reflection of the teacher, the teacher's mindset. So if the teacher has got something very positive, the positivity of the teacher is reflected in the student's performance, student's academic excellence, and success in life. So it's a very, very interesting theory and very much propounded by Julius Siegel, one educational psychologist. So let us straight away go to academic stress. So we'll be talking about well-being and how to help coping with well-being a little later. So these are some of the problems associated with academic stress, what all we observe. And all of you have studied psychology, so I'm not going too much into detail, just recapping what all could happen. So physical health issues, a child who is undergoing stress, so it is displayed in the physical status of the child, the psychological well-being it affects, and also their emotions and their social behavior. Everything is affected if the child is going through stress. So health issues, one is falling sick quite often. So there could be problems with immunity, problems with sleep, problems with, let us say, their eating habits that also could be affected, their digestion. So many health issues are there. But some children are able to say it, some children may not be able to say it, but could be. Health issues could be related to stress. Emotional distress, a child who enters the school, the primary stages very happily. Later on you find that suddenly you find that the child is dipping in terms of emotions. They become very sad, they become sultry, they start sulking, right? And they're not very enthusiastic about what you do. And you have a lot of emotional ups and downs. There could be moments that they are very happy at home, and those moments probably would be when they have their phone in their hand or when they're watching the television. But the moment you hear about school, automatically you find that there is some problem there. Their face will turn, you'll have an downturned smile, right? Or behavioral changes. You find that the child is displaying behavior which may not be acceptable maybe in the school or at home as well. So reluctance to involve in activities. They do not want to submit their assignments. They do not want to do the work that is given in the school. Or they do not want to take part in physical activities like sports or culturals. Same way, sometimes they might become very rebellious in class, or they might be not very friendly with their peers. So many behavioral changes might be there, and that could be because of academic stress. The child could be developing a negative self-perception. The child could start to feel that he or she is not worthy of anything or cannot achieve certain things. Right? Whenever, when they enter the first standard, or let us say their kindergarten, the child, you ask them to do something, they want to do everything. But then slowly you notice that their reluctance, they feel that certain things are not capable. They feel that I can't do it. Right? So that self-perception becomes negative. Rather than positive, you have a negative self-perception, and then this really affects their self-esteem. It's going to affect their self-confidence. So it's going to be very difficult for them to move forward. So affecting their self-perception. The child could be isolating himself or herself. May not be interested in moving with the group. May not be interested in playing with them. May not be interested in group activities. So trying to be isolated, trying to be quiet, and they're very happy. Nowadays, the moment they see a phone, they're very happy just interacting with the phone. Social isolation could be one of the problems. Or it could be impacting their relationship at home and also with their own friends. So they might have become soured. So when we ask a child who is undergoing a lot of stress, how many friends do you have? Do you have friends? So they are reluctant to talk about it, or they do not have. The detriment of stress is that it is also going to affect their cognition, their cognitive impairment, their understanding of what they learn. They face a lot of difficulty in their academics. So as they go up in the classes, they find it more and more difficult to understand what is happening. And then they slowly give up. So perhaps they're very, very enthusiastic to learn, but then they find it difficult to understand certain things, so there is some cognitive impairments also happening. And all this ultimately affects their academic performance. They may not be performing well in class. Right? So sometimes we only look at the marks. We don't know what is the root cause of that. So we need to go back and see, observe all these symptoms and then see probably there is something else which is really triggering this failure or low academic performance. The highest danger is that child experiencing burnout. As adults, we all know that we are prone to it in case we are not taking care of managing stress properly. We might face a burnout, right? So I used to take this session for teachers, and then every year I read up and then do a lot of research on that. So various countries have done a lot of surveys about top 10 most stressful jobs, right? So do you think teaching is in that? Oh, all of you are like, perhaps like, you're all part of the survey. I don't know. Well, I was surprised, in fact, first time. And so every year I try to track, and it is still there. Some countries it is top, it is second, or it is third, or it is fourth. It goes on like that. So I was surprised. So we have to be aware that even burnout could happen to our children. The danger is a child may not be aware of it. But as an adult who is guiding the child, we must be aware that the child is going through stress and also maybe there is a risk of burnout. And it is going to impact the child's mental health later on as an adult. So these are some of the problems associated with academic stress which we need to address. So I'm sure that there are a lot of causes that could be there. I've not put all those causes. So you have the psychological causes, social causes, school-related causes, and so on and so forth. So I'm not going into all of that. But some of the causes which are very simple and easy for us to relate immediately. And then these causes are something which I just got in when I talked to some of my friends' children, and also in my circle, I have a group of little children who are my fans actually. So I just asked them, okay, so what exactly happens? And a lot of these thoughts that I'm talking to you today is what I have gained from my little friends. Okay, so right. So they always complain about not able to finish the workload. Whatever assignments that are given, or not only in classroom, but later on in classroom. Like we teachers have got a very, very good habit. So all of us give assignments probably just before a particular date. And so we don't worry. And then all of us compete with each other. So if I'm giving 25 pages, my friend might give 30 pages, handwritten, and then put proper borders, and then you submit it, all that. Wait, I'm just kidding. I know that we face it out, but for children, they find it difficult. There's a kind of a limit that they can bear, the workload that they do. Recently, my nephew asked me, can I get him TGV, that bullet train that runs in France, okay, so in Paris. So I asked why. So he said, no, that is my French assignment. I said, what? I said, this is for engineering. So why is a French teacher asking you to get a bullet train? So he said, no, I have to get it, otherwise I'll lose my internal marks. So sometimes we give certain activities and tasks which may not have any connection also, but we have to be careful when we give that work to our children. Placing high expectations on the child, very easy for us to understand. So sometimes we always blame the parents. We say that parents are placing a lot of expectations. Sometimes as teachers also we place a lot of expectations. It is good to set high goals, but what they can achieve. And the danger is when we start comparing A and B. Though we say that we should not compare, but psychologically, subconsciously, we tend to do that. And sometimes the mindset theory says it gets reflected. Even we need not express it, but the child will get it. They will connect it. So we don't know how, but then that is true. So the moment I walked in this classroom, I think all of you might be seeing me for the first time, except a few of you all who have been seeing me many times. Well, so you already know what this educator is, whether I'm a good teacher, what is my attitude. Am I right? Yes, how I would take my classes. Did I tell you how I take my classes? You already would have guessed it. That is because we have the psychological connection. So even without me expressing anything, we are able to understand. So a teacher If a teacher has got certain negative mindset, that is going to be caught up by the child. Undue competition. So when a child finds that competition is very, very difficult, at one point of time, he or she would give up. And they don't want to do anything further. So today we live in a very, very competitive world. So I was talking to some of my friends. So they had made so much effort, like, putting their child in a particular school and then putting them for that IIT, JEE and all these things. And then the child missed it by a few decimal points to get into whichever institute that she wanted to get in. So they're saying, what is the point? So what is the point of taking all this effort? They could have just studied in a normal school and then go to a college where they can enter in. So there's a lot of competition, and that is also hampering the child, and that could be one of the causes. And the last one, which is very, very interesting, all of us know it, and I have done a lot of writing on that as well. That is time management for teachers. So for us, we have a huge list of work to be done, a lot of work that we do in school, and then later on when you go home, right? So where is the time for you to enjoy life, right? So I just wanted to write that. And just for the reference, something that I really put it in practice and also talk about is Stephen Covey's 4 quadrants of time management. So you have the 4 quadrants, so you can refer to that. It is there in the book, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. So, and then you just put it on Google. You also have templates you can enter in. So you classify your tasks into 4 and then put them in 4 quadrants. So something that is urgent and important. It is based on urgent, not urgent, important, not important. So you just classify your tasks and do that. So children, they do not know how to manage the time. So when we address that factor and tell them, like, these are the things that you need to do, what are the things that are very important and what are the issues that you need to address now? For example, preparing for exams will come in quadrant 2. So we need to tell them. So you have to work on it every day. So when they understand that if they can manage time well, they will be able to manage the work that is given to them. Right? So how can we help children cope with academic stress and promote overall well-being? So first one is creating a very supportive classroom environment. So the class is like an oasis for the child. They feel so happy when they come in. Or do they really feel happy when they come in? So that should be the environment that we want to create. The first thing is, the word class should be a word that brings in a smile on the child's face. So that kind of an environment that we should be able to create. So what exactly is there in a classroom that is requiring? It is not the infrastructure. It doesn't need to be the beautiful tables and chairs or the infrastructure that we have. It is the psychosocial environment that we build in a classroom. So that starts with the academic leader, and then it permeates to each and every teacher in the school. And once they understand that environment, the child feels that he or she is supported in the classroom. The teacher, all the teachers, the peers, everybody is very supportive to what the child does, and then they feel very happy about it. They know that these people are there to help me. Most of the children remember the days that they've spent in school, and they remember those classes where they had the happiest of times. And that happens when we have a very supportive classroom. Helping children understand that stress could happen. One of my nephews was just in the first standard, and then was making a lot of tantrum at home. So I was just visiting them, a lot of tantrum. Then I asked him, what happened? Then he said, Mama, I'm going through stress. I said, stress, okay? First time, because when we were children, we never even heard the word stress. The first time I heard stress was probably in my physics class. Okay, so I said, okay, right. Yes, I'm going through stress. I said, so what should be done? He said, you tell Amma to give me the TV remote. Okay, I said, why? If I watch that cartoon, I'll be relaxed. So I don't know whether he understood what is stress, or he just knows that just feeling sad or upset is stress. We don't know. But anyway, helping children understand or be aware of stress, what could be there. Sometimes they do not know that it is stress. So once they know it, we can help them and educate them how to address it. And teaching time management and organizing their activities, helping them to understand how to phase it out. We know that we tell children to put a timetable, but are we telling them to put a timetable based on this 4 quadrants, like, which is very important when they have to do it. So every day they cannot be doing the same activity, some kind of a rotation in what they do. Offering academic support and resources for these children who are finding it difficult because of their stress or whatever problems that they are facing, and helping them out. As teachers, we all prepare our reports, right? We all prepare reports. Even Kristu Jayanti, we prepare reports. So one of the points in the reports is very important point. What are the efforts or strategies I did for the students who are finding it difficult in my subject? Okay. So that particular time of a teacher is not in the workload. So it is apart from that, and it is flexible in the sense that sometimes you just need a few hours, sometimes you need more than that to cater to the needs of these children. So when I know that even in school, teachers might be giving reports of such with that point where what are the strategies that they do to cater to different learning, different children with different learning abilities, right? So what do? So are these reports sincere? So sometimes it has become a compliance. In a higher education, it's a compliance. So every institution prepares it. Sometimes it's so beautiful. But then, is it sincere in the sense that have they really done it to the child? So that needs to be addressed. Encouraging a growth mindset. This happens only if a teacher has got a growth mindset. That can be translated to the child, and helping the child to understand, look at all the possibilities and not the impossibilities. Look at all the potentials and not what he or she is not capable of. Building resilience. So today, a child faces so many challenges around. And if we are able to educate them to be resilient individuals, they'll be able to cope up with anything. So how do we inculcate, how do we build this resilience? So if they have this resilience, because I was just reflecting when I was preparing this, in the same class, there might be one child who's undergoing a lot of stress with the same workload. But at the same time, there are some children who are very happy with it. Everything they do it, very easily. The moment you say assignment, within a few, maybe an hour or something, it is ready. But some children find it difficult. So how do we inculcate this resilience among children? Providing emotional support. So how far a teacher is able to tell a child, I understand what you go through. I'm there for you. Are you able to feel my presence? Are you able to feel the strength that comes from the teacher? So how far are we able to provide that emotional support? So sometimes teachers go through their own emotional problems. So where are they going to provide that support? So we walk into a classroom, we finish the subject, and then we walk out. So I'm very happy. End of the year, all have scored very high marks in my course, and it is done. But have I provided that emotional support? We need to see. Promoting a work-life balance. So work-life balance is not just for us adults, also for the children. Giving them the understanding, right time to play, and then the right time to sleep. Also giving them the time to watch television or whatever programs that they want to see. Collaborating with parents and support services. So helping the child through the children. So all of us as educators, we believe that only when we collaborate with teachers, we'll be able to achieve the goals that we have. And advocating for a healthy school culture. Right. Now coming to what you have just answered. I hope all of you have answered. So I was just thinking, how can we build an environment, or how can we build a kind of a system which will help children to overcome their stress, cope with stress, also their well-being. I was analyzing so many factors. And then the most important factor that is going to make the difference is the teacher. So, children always remember their teachers, whether it is good or whether it is bad. And then I was wondering what exactly makes a teacher a different one. What is the differentiating factor between effective teacher and one who is not very effective? So if I were to ask you the question, two options I would give. Is it skills or is it attitude? Attitude. So one of the vice presidents of a very famous multinational corporation was here on campus. And I still remember many years back. So he made a statement. He said, their company recruits for attitude and trains for skill. Recruit for attitude and trains for skill. Because attitude, it is very difficult at later stage in life to really change it or inculcate it. But once they have developed it right from their childhood, it is very easy for the organization because skills can be acquired. So if they do not have the necessary skills, all of you have given the answer because all of us know it. When you sit for an interview, when you're recruiting, you're looking for that teacher having that right attitude. So the attitude, the beginning point I was trying to analyze is empathy. So empathy is the core skill, or let us say the core quality that defines a teacher. Empathy defines a teacher. I have just put here empathy is equal to efficient or effective. A teacher becomes effective, is able to reach a child if he or she has got that empathy. Some of you might tell me a person without empathy cannot be a teacher. Fine. But then today the scenario is such that if a teacher has got the right skills, the right communication and everything, they are able to even outshine others. They're able to prove it. But the difference is when a teacher has got empathy, he or she will be able to make an impact on the child. Right? So you have done this. All of you have done it, right? Okay. So I'm going to ask you to put your scores. Yeah, please can you scan it and then enter your score. Don't worry, we'll not be able to see whose score that is. We just have to tick that option. See that random filling, it took you to 33 to 52. Okay. The order has changed. It has to, I'll just tell it in the next slide, no problem. So 46 people have answered. I mean, could we just go to Google, click on that camera? No, no. Angle, okay. Okay, can we close it? Or some of you still want to enter? Can I close? Okay. Oh, wow. So, I think a big number has answered. Can I close? Yes. Okay. Others who... Right. So thank you for entering your scores. Anyway, no marks for who's scoring high. Okay. Right. So what does the scores tell you? I think you would have seen at the end of that particular quiz, you would have seen it, or later you send it as an email to that organization. They will give you an interpretation of your scores. So if it is 0 to 32, that means it is lower than average ability for understanding how other people feel and respond appropriately. So empathy is understanding the other, feeling with the other, knowing what they are going through. So lower than average ability. 33 to 52, you have an average ability for understanding how other people feel and respond appropriately. You know how to treat people with care and sensitivity. So if it is 33 and above, yes, you are empathic. And 53 to 63, you have an above average ability for understanding how other people feel and respond appropriately. You know how to treat people with care and sensitivity. See, this word care and sensitivity keeps coming again and again. And 64 to 80, you have a very high ability for understanding how people feel and respond appropriately. You know how to treat people with care and sensitivity, right? So the aspiration for all of us is to be there, to have a very high ability to understand and feel with others. But then I know that some of you did randomly, you may not have been there, but then let us move forward to that particular position. Because caring is the core skill of a teacher. Caring. I was just analyzing. We have at higher education institutions, we have the academic performance indicator of teachers. So there are three broad standards. You have teaching, learning, evaluation, you have administration, and then you have research. There's nothing to do with the quality of a teacher. So everything assesses what the teacher's skills are, what the teacher could do, what all that person has performed. But then there is nothing testing the teacher's empathy or the teacher's ability to understand. Nothing else is there. So I went to the assessment tool for teachers, school teachers. It is there. I think all of you as principals, you might be already having that. Okay, so you have that, and they have given various standards. In that it is there. It is embedded. So different levels of educators. So the highest level is, so you have, everything is there. At every standard, they are trying to measure how a teacher is able to understand, is able to relate, able to involve the child, is able to listen to the child, and so on. I don't know whether that assessment is done as a self-assessment or it is done by a peer or the leader of the institution, but then it is there. So we need to see how caring a teacher is. So if a teacher is very caring, a lot of problems would not be there for the school. So this question, I want you to ask as a leader of the institution, are my teachers socially and emotionally competent? It is true that the teachers are qualified. Are they having this emotional and social competence? So I was telling my friends, I'm going to take the session on a different thought because this has been running on my mind. I've been writing something about, do my students love me? So very often, every teacher wants to be accepted and loved by their child. But then, am I a lovable teacher? That's a question, right? So we all talk about so many things. So the basic quality that a child looks for in a teacher is this care. Does my teacher care about me? So if they know that the teacher cares, nothing else matters. They'll be able to cross mountains. They'll be able to achieve anything that the teacher wants them, sets their targets for. So it is possible. So this question, in some other words, may not be these psychological terms, the child also might be having in the gut, does my teacher care for me? So indirectly interpreting that it is my teacher having this social and emotional competence? So looking at the experienced principals and leaders, I do not envy your position. Problem is, it's so difficult to identify that in a teacher. So during the interview, if we are able to spot a teacher having this social and emotional competence, you have hit jackpot. The Pareto principle of quality in organizations does not apply to schools. Because in a classroom, according to Pareto principle, 20% make the difference in an organization. So that cannot happen in a school. Just imagine if that is going to be applied in a classroom. So that means out of 10 teachers, 2 teachers are going to make the difference. In the sense that positive difference. I'm not talking about negative. What about the other 8? Because a child's life can be hampered even if there is one teacher who's having a negative impact on him or her. That could have a detrimental effect on the life of the child. So as a leader, you will be worried about that one teacher who is influencing. So perhaps that one teacher is highly experienced, right? And then perhaps has been there in your organization for a long time. You don't know what to do. So today I want you to reflect on that, what you're going to do. I'm leaving that decision to you. So what has to be done? So these are some of the signs or symptoms that could be observed in a child. Not all children, a few children. So perhaps as parents or as teachers, when you observe that, the child is just pretending to be sick and doesn't want to attend class, then they are slowly dipping in their self-esteem. They're facing a lot of emotional distress, social isolation, which I was talking about. There could be behavioral changes. Their grades are dropping. They're not interested in engaging in schoolwork. And then you find that the remarks of the teacher on the paper are little harsh and demeaning. And the child also gives hints that teacher is saying things that are not very appropriate, or rather putting down the child through her comments or through his comments. So these are all signs and symptoms of, yes, the child could either have a fear of one teacher or a few teachers, or bullying. One of the projects that I had got a proposal, because I'm in charge of the research center here. So from the social work department, the project was on bullying. And it is not children, it was teachers. So I was really surprised. So as teachers, perhaps we know it, but then the child may not be having the courage to come and express that a particular teacher is rightfully bullying him or her. I'm hesitating to even use the word bullying. But then we need to be aware, because a child is not in a position or not having the courage to say it. Maybe a few children do, but many children keep it within themselves. And very slowly parents might notice it. And sometimes they may not have the courage to bring it to the notice of the head of the institution, because they feel that the child might get targeted again. So as leaders, what do we do about this? So if that particular teacher is, like as I said, highly experienced and highly skilled, what are we going to do? So I'll just put one more quiz here. Okay, right? What do you think are the reasons why a child may not like? So we always look at the positive things. Today I also want you to reflect on why a child may not like. Okay, just scan it. What do you think is the most important reason? One reason why a child does not like a teacher. So all the answers I'm going to get from you. That's all. So it's because as I said, all of you are more experienced and have got more thoughts on what I'm going to talk about today. You got it? So I can see 11 participants are typing. Just put the word. Wow, see. So, okay, you can keep a track of the screen as well. So many points which are coming there. Okay, I'll just keep reading. Societal change. Teacher fails to look in the perspective of a child. The child does not get attention. Harsh towards the child. Lack of sensitivity. Partiality. Not approachable. Teacher's character. Teacher being insensitive. Does not handle the class well. Does not empathize. Teachers show their frustration towards children. Partial behavior. Being rude and compares with other students. Too much strictness without understanding the background of the child. Then child feels non-acceptance, lack of understanding, lack of care and respect. Okay, not effective teaching, no personal understanding, teacher's teaching style, too much of expectations, they don't trust the teacher, lack of understanding, lack of thorough knowledge, too strict, being rude, negative comments, no dedication, okay, so partial behavior, lack of empathy and so on. Boring way of teaching, attitude. Teacher is not in the child's shoes, constant harsh and negative remarks, lack of love, partiality, insensitive, rude. Okay. So this app is also classifying how many points are there according to different subheadings as well. Wrong attitude, racism, dull teaching pattern, bad listener. Okay, right. Okay, so due to lack of time, I'm just moving forward. Can I move forward? Yes. So, some of us will be wondering, what exactly, how do psychologists define bullying by teacher? So I was curious about that. So these are some of the things I'm not explaining, I'm just stating them. Public humiliation, physical punishment, ostracism or excessive use of isolation, unnecessary and unconstructive put-downs, you already mentioned that over there, intimidation or unsuitable fear-mongering, the child should fear me, that's wrong. Unjustly making downgrades as punishment. As a punishment, reducing their grades. Regularly making an example of a student in front of the class. Okay, don't be like this person or so and so. Personal comments or verbal abuse that relate to looks, sexuality, gender, disability, race, faith or family background. Excessively strict punishment that is not appropriate for the behavior of the child or age of the child. Sanctions that have not taken into account any special educational needs and disabilities. Right? So these are some of the characteristics that define bullying. So sometimes we take it for granted. So we have to be very, very careful about that, because there are countries where a child can really call, even in India it is there, a child can call a helpline and say, my teacher is bullying me. So in India, probably they will do a lot of investigation, there is no proof, etc. But then there are nations where just the child's statement is enough. So teachers have to be very, very careful and sensitive in terms of their emotional behavior, in terms of their words, in terms of their actions. Because that is really going to affect the child. So we have to be very careful. So at Kristu Jayanti, we are also teachers, and then whenever I face a situation like this, there are moments when you really want to flare up. Because we are dealing with young adults, they just test your patience to the limit. And then the reason why I would really get upset is when a youngster is insincere, for example, insincere in what they've done. And so that would really put me off. So at that moment, I just bite my tongue. And then I say, I'm not happy with what you do. That's it. And then I said, please leave my office. I'm not going to talk anything more. Because I feel that the words I use might hurt that person too much. And therefore, I put it back. Because today we have to be very careful. We cannot just dump whatever we are thinking in our mind, even if the child is at fault. We have to be very careful. So I've taken this model from Jennings and Greenberg. A lot of research has been done. And every research points to this direction only. That the outcome of a student is very much affected by the empathy of a teacher. So the core skill of empathy is going to directly have an impact on the outcome. So empathy could be cognitive or it could be affective. Affective in the sense I'm able to feel, I'm able to know what the other person is feeling. Cognitive is even if the other person does not express what he or she is going through, I'm able to see it. The non-verbal signs of what the child is going through, I'm able to sense what he or she is going through. That is the affective empathy. That is going to influence my role as a teacher in providing the support that the child needs, the emotional support, the classroom management, and also various instructions that I give. Some of you pointed out that the class is boring, they're not doing their things properly, and so on and so forth. And these will be leading to the cognitive outcome of the child, the understanding, the learning, what the child is going to achieve. Above all, it is also going to help the psychosocial development of the child, in short, the well-being of the child. Okay, so this is a very interesting article. It's about 40 pages, so you can just put it there. Jennings and Greenberg. You have a lot of researchers are there, academic researchers that are there talking about how empathy influences the outcome of the child. Okay, right. One more. I think this is the last one. Okay, with this I'll stop. I'll wind up with that. I'm not going to take more time. How can you implement? So as I said, you're giving the questions, you're giving the answers also. Okay, what are the strategies to implement an environment of empathy in the classroom? Okay, I'll just read up. Good listener, ownership and belongingness, open discussion, caring, treat them accordingly, give your time to the child, don't be self-centered, be a good listener, understand the student's nature, interactive sessions, personal care and attention, training the teacher, student-friendly belongingness, to provide suitable atmosphere, prepare environment conducive, openness and acceptance, be observant, caring, giving attention, listening, being impartial, accepting them as they are, understanding, be a good listener, start with words of motivation, effective teaching environment, create a space for knowing things, make every student feel they belong, and being kind, empathic and loving, positive classroom culture, love your students, personal attention, be a role model, make students engage in activities, encourage them more interaction, understand them, and so on. Okay. Well, role model, make interaction. Okay, can I just stop? Because I know that all of you are typing. So, yeah, so 10 people are typing. Let's see if that comes down, then I'll just. If you want to scold me, don't put it there. Oh, okay. Can I stop? Yes? Okay. So, all what you said, some of the important things, I've just captured it here. Actively listening, withhold judgment, then understand the child. Empathic body language. It's very important that the child knows that you're very empathic. And being mindful. So I also might be facing the same situation if somebody else were to put me down, and therefore I have to understand the child. So these are some things which you put it there. I just want to draw your attention to this self-learning, social emotional learning model, which I think already some of the schools you might already have it. This model talks about implementing self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, relationship skills, and social awareness. The thing is, these components of SEL are not just a kind of a package. It has to be there in all the courses, in the sense that every teacher has to be aware, inculcating this social and emotional learning. So this also is a very good model. You will find it there. It is there on the internet. So what the components are. So I want to explain all this, but then I'm just stopping for now. I just want to stop with this thought which all of us talk about, right? I have learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. So we all remember teachers who made the feeling. I'll quickly tell you about two teachers. So in my 10th standard, I had not a good math teacher. So being a topper in mathematics, I dropped in my score in mathematics in my 10th standard. So I developed a fear for mathematics. So I'm not just one dean of science, my friend here, we both are, we developed a kind of a dislike for mathematics because of that particular teacher. So in my 11th standard, I chose a different stream altogether. Though I was a topper, I went in for a different stream. I met a wonderful teacher. So that teacher told me first day that I have the potential to be a state rank holder. And every class, everything that he was teaching, he made sure that I learnt it. And he was behind me. So when I wrote my board exams, 12th standard, so in my mind, even if I didn't want to try it, I wanted to try to get a straight rank because of this teacher. So the teacher came to the examination school. It was in a different school. The teacher came there as well. So he said, in accounts, I will be getting 200. In the sense at that time it was 200 out of 200. So that was his aspiration. So I was really touched by how much effort this teacher was taking so that I will be able to get a state rank. So when I was writing the exams, I still remember after so many years, I was writing some of the difficult questions. The invigilator told me, why are you writing this? Because it's going to be difficult. I said, I know the answer. I had prepared so much because the teacher was with me. So this teacher was not partial in the sense he was teaching everyone, but then one student he knows that this person can top. A lot of effort. What touched me was on the day of the exam, he was there waiting after the exam outside the school, asking me, he came in his bicycle, he was asking me, how did you write your exams? I said I wrote well and told all the answers. So expectation was that I should get 200 out of 200. But when the results came, I got only 197. So you guess who was more disappointed? The teacher was more disappointed. The teacher said, probably there was something I missed. I was apologizing to him. I was not worried that I didn't get 200. I felt bad that I could not get that 200 marks for my teacher. So the teacher was apologizing, So I've given you an example of how. So till today, on Teachers' Day, I call my teachers of my first standard, I call this teacher, I call my PhD guide who talks that I am her second son. Okay. So I have had examples of great teachers. I also gave an example of a teacher who actually had a kind of a dent in my emotion as well. So what we do, what we say might impact the life of a child. Let us be effective educators. Leaving you with a very simple thought, it requires a big heart to shape little minds. Thank you so much.
Educators plays a pivotal role in shaping the holistic development of students. It encompasses not only academic achievements but also their emotional, social and psychological well-being. In this session, we explored effective strategies like teachers' role in student well-being and problems and causes of academic stress, how to help the children to cope up with academic stress, and how to promote them overall well-being. Empathy, And caring is the sole quality of a teacher. This will surely help the educator can employ to create a supportive and conducive learning environment, ensuring that students thrive both academically and personally. Gratitude is a memory of the heart. So let us express our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Nelson for enlightening his presentation and valuable insights. Thank you, sir. Your expertise has truly enriched our understanding in this crucial domain of student well-being and academic stress management. As a token of our appreciation, I request Dr. Manigandan, IQAC member, to present Dr. Nelson with a memento as a symbol of our gratitude. Thank you, delegates, for the active participation. And once again, thank you, sir, for your enlightening session and valuable contribution to our knowledge. I remain.
Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. I deem it a great privilege and honor to welcome all of you to the 4th session of National Educator Summit on Empowering Educators, Professional Development for Effective Integration of Sustainable Development Goals in Education. The Sustainable Development Goals adopted by the United Nations member states in 2015 are a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity. The goals address various global challenges including poverty, inequality, climate change, environmental degradation, peace, and justice. We, as educators, can explore ways to integrate the SDGs into the existing curriculum across various subjects and participate in professional learning communities, exchange ideas, and collaborate on SDG-related projects and initiatives. We can inspire and empower students to become informed global citizens committed to creating a sustainable and equitable future for all. Today, we are honored to have with us Ms. Shobha Sylvia Vegas, a distinguished expert in the field of sustainable development and education. I feel privileged to extend a warm welcome to the resource person of the session, Ms. Shobha Sylvia Vegas, former head, Awareness Creation and Capacity Building, Sustainable Development Goal Coordination Center, Government of Karnataka. I now request Dr. Priya Josen, PG Program Coordinator, Department of Life Sciences, to welcome our resource person with a potted plant. Welcome, ma'am. I extend a heartfelt welcome to all the esteemed delegates who have come from various institutions with great dynamism. Hearty welcome all. I'm profusely elated to take this opportunity to introduce the resource person of the session, Ms. Shobha Sylvia Vegas, former head, Awareness Creation and Capacity Building, Sustainable Development Goal Coordination Center, Government of Karnataka. Ms. Shobha Vegas has demonstrated her expertise in planning and implementing programs across a variety of development sectors, including governance and accountability, women's empowerment, gender equity, HIV prevention and control, social inclusion, marginalized community development, youth empowerment, local governance, research, policy development, and sustainable development. She has held positions in previous prestigious institutions such as St. Joseph's College, Karnataka Health Promotion Trust, Center for Budget and Policy Studies, Participatory Research in Asia. Ma'am served as a head of capacity building initiatives for the SDGs in Karnataka at the UNDP Sustainable Development Goals Coordination Center established by the Department of Planning, Government of Karnataka. Ma'am has contributed to impactful research papers and has made significant contributions to organizational publications. Ms. Shobha holds a postgraduate degree in social work and a postgraduate degree in Kannada literature. Now I request Ms. Shobha Vegas to take over the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning to all. First of all, I would like to thank Kristu Jayanti College inviting me to discuss about the topic on effective integration of sustainable development goals, school curricula. I'm not a great speaker because I'm a practitioner for 35 years now. So maybe with my experience of sustainable development goals for the 3.5 years I was working with the government, I share some of my experiences how actually sustainable development goals actually creating an impact in the state as well as in the country. Before that, I would like to ask people here if anyone has actually integrated SDGs into school curricula. Anyone? Very good, very good. Few of them. Anyhow, next slide, please. Yeah, when we are talking about sustainable development goal, the introduction, someone which has given that there are 17 sustainable goals which were introduced by UN and 193 countries have actually agreed upon, including India. So many people know about that one. I'm not going to give a brief about the introduction, all that I'm not going to give. But one thing is that the mantra of sustainable development goal is leaving no one behind. That means we have to involve each and every one into the SDGs. So whether it is developed countries or not developed countries, so whether it is people with disability, people with transgender group, men, women, everyone. So we should not leave anyone behind. So that is the mantra of SDG. Actually, overall goal mantra, I always say that overall goal of SDG mantra is leaving no one behind. And actually the main 3 factors, sustainable development goals, we talk about the people, planet and prosperity. The SDG goal like 1, no poverty, 2, end hunger, 3, good health and well-being, 4, education, 5, gender equality, 10, inequalities. So these are then where we are always talk about the people. If you reduce poverty, then people, you will reach out to many other goals. So all goals are interrelated. For example, if you reduce the poverty, naturally your labor force participation will increase, your GDP will increase, your good health will come. So it is all interrelated. So when we talk about people, some of the goals are actually talk about planet. Definitely you know that today is the major concern. SDG 13, 14, 15, we talk even SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, everything is contributed to the planet. So we are talking today, this is a major concern. And when we are talking about prosperity, again SDG 8 talking about decent work. So industry innovation, SDG 9 talk about. So mainly when we are talking about, all goals are interrelated, and mainly when we are looking at that why school curriculum has to be integrated with SDGs, because we know that you are creating the future generation. Today what has happened, we are actually focusing on lot on academics. We are focusing on our result. We need all 100% result in our school. So the kind of pressure, especially the private education institution having that, to look at for the 100% result. Children has to score 99 to 100%. But are we, the previous the speaker was talking about the attitudes when we were talking. It's not only attitudes, also the behaviors. Are we focusing all that? Sustainable goals actually are the foundation for how the students are actually behaving, how the students have an attitude, so that, I mean, they can contribute to the sustainable development as a larger goal. I mean, each of my attitude, each of my behavior actually contributing to the sustainable development goal. But these are the things, are we going to integrate in our academics? I mean, are we going to teach about these of the things, like, as the resource person was talking about, that attitudes are very important. Knowledge you can learn any time, skill you can learn any time, but the foundation, I mean, I was yesterday I was coming by airport in a bus to Jayanagar. A student, I mean, he has studied in a very good school, can make out, okay, and he was sitting and keeping the leg on the seat, front seat. So, I mean, like, that is actually, like, environment when we are talking about, SDG 13 when you are talking about, even that matters a lot. Are we actually teaching these kind of behaviors for the students, that civic sense, what we talk, like, basic civic sense, how much we are really focusing about that one. So that is very important. So when we are talking about sustainable development goal, 2023 report has come, world report has come. Out of 193, 163 countries have actually mapped. And in India, actually 2021 report has come, but 2022 report has actually done but not released because of many other political reasons. Oh. So the top 10 countries are like Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Germany, Austria. These are all. I mean, these are all the development countries. Many people may ask that why development countries has to be there in. So for the partnership, when we are talking about SDG 17, we need the partnership from developed countries, so that how the developed countries can contribute to the other countries. So hence it is very important. These are the top countries, and as you know that Libya, Afghanistan, Congo, these are all the one falls under the bottom, and India actually scored 63. So out of 166, India is standing 112. Is it a good sign? Pardon? It is not. So it is the serious, there is a seriousness about this one. Hence, I mean, when you are going to nurturing the future generation, so where are we today? So it's very important that why SDGs has to be integrated into the curricula. And if you see the India ranking, I mean, some of the places we are improved in a way. Not that, I mean, like, in a poverty, from what we have seen 20 years back, we have improved. In health sector, we have improved. Education sector, we have improved. Industrialization, we have improved. But that is only the matter for sustainable development is a big question. So SDG India Index, if you see, 2018 we had 13 goals we mapped. 2019-20 we mapped 16 goals we mapped with 100 indicators. 2021 with 115 indicators. If you go to Niti Aayog website, you will see there are around 306 indicators which are identified by Government of India to monitor the sustainable development goals. So if you really look at the poverty index, India today, like, I mean, like, different states, the status is like Karnataka, we have 13.2, head of, the people are actually in poverty, and Andhra, if you see, around 12%. Mainly this is, today poverty is not remained as like, I mean, what we calculate is $2 a day. If a person earns, I mean, less than $2, the person will be living with the poverty. But the United Nations Development Program actually ruled out this, and they have actually developed an index. It is called multi-dimensional poverty, where there are around 13 indicators. If, for example, if a child is dropout below 5th standard, that person is considered that it will be in the below poverty, like no, I mean multi-poverty dimension, comes under the multi-poverty dimension. If the person is undernutrition, again the person will come as a multi-dimension poverty, comes under the multi-dimension poverty. So here what we can do actually to reduce the poverty or to create awareness among the students on how we can actually talk about the poverty to the students. So is only that, like no, giving money itself is reducing the poverty? No. I mean basically to look at sensitize students that around my society how I look at the poor people and what are the kinds of reasons are there for the poverty, and what is my responsibility to reduce poverty. I mean tomorrow my child is going for the higher education and my child is going to work. That child will be in the labor force participation. So how actually, most of the private schools here making the students' aspiration is for the bigger goals. So when I am going to the higher position, how actually I can help the poor in a different way, by giving employment maybe, all different ways. So how we can do that, we need to. And when you talk about SDG 2, this is one thing which is very, very important factor which we need to focus, the malnutrition. When it comes to hunger, malnutrition is a very alarming issue of the country today. Look at the statistics, 59% girls age 15 to 19, which comes under to your schools, so who are anemic. This is not because of just poverty. Pardon? Awareness. So maybe because of the lifestyle, maybe because of today's agriculture system, the food system. So all these are become the reason for malnutrition today. So how are we really going to make these kids nutritious? So that it is not that, 15 to 19 years, 59 girls are anemic, resulting again when they become pregnant, again 52% pregnant women are become anemic. Then again 57 all women are 15 to 49 become anemic. The same children are growing. And if you really look at the next statistics, I am going to talk about stunted and wasted children. It's like a vicious cycle. So I become malnutrition as an adolescent girl, I become a woman, I become again anemic, then again I become pregnant, I am anemic pregnant, then I am bringing the child again stunted or wasted. So this is like a vicious circle which is need to be focused today, and I think every child has to understand the importance of nutrition. So hence it is important that how we can adopt this one into our school curricula. I am giving you the numbers because to understand the seriousness of the issue, so that like why it is important to add it into your school curricula. See, for example, anemia prevention leading to achieve, these are the SDGs. If we prevent anemia today, we can improve the human capacity and productivity. If I am not strong enough, then how can I work in the labor force participation? How can I improve my income? Then it's naturally I will fall into the poverty. So anemia, if I address, this can be the result. So reduce anemia related maternal deaths. Then increase school attendance and learning capacity. If the child is not healthy, naturally its learning ability will decrease. So elimination of gender disparity in secondary education, increase labor force participation, again contributing to the GDP. So if I am addressing the anemia, I can contribute. I can give you the slides, not a problem. This PPT we can give it, so not an issue. So these are the some of the impacts if I am addressing one issue. So when we are talking about health, again we have like for 10,000 population, we have only 37 doctors, nurses and health workers. Together, only 37 we have. So where are actually our education is taking then? Are we really giving sufficient personnel to address the health? Are we going to contribute towards that end? I mean, yes, I mean, you can say that, okay, we are only secondary school education, we are not into higher education, but this is the foundation for students to take a decision about their career. If they cannot take a decision now, I mean, aspire towards that end, then it is, I mean, when you go to the higher education, it is not possible. So hence it is very important to focus on. Look at this figure again. 18% of the women aged 20 to 24 are married before 18 years. When the survey was done, National Family Health Survey, every 2 years it will be conducted. So, Karnataka it is 23, but overall India, 18% of the women are actually marrying before 18 years. And the men between 24 and 25 were interviewed. 20% they get before marriage, before 21 years. So this is not a small number. This is also a big number. So where is actually then our education is taking towards? So 5% of women aged 15 to 19 who were already mothers or pregnant at the time of survey. You may say that government school children are all going and like, no, they get married and other things and all. It is maybe yes, because I have seen that some of the schools when I was working where 8th and 9th standard girls already they are fixed with they're engaged. So informally they are engaged. And so naturally what happens? The child will have a dream of that boy. She knows that whom I have to get married. So hence she won't be having greater aspirations. So once I had given a life skill education program I was conducting to the 10th standard students. And I asked actually to write about their aspiration. And everybody was writing their goals. 3 goals I told them to write, what they want to become. And one girl, she was literally not writing. I was asking, why you are not writing? Then she said, this is a private school. This is not a government school actually, okay. It's somewhere in northern Karnataka, but it was a private school. Then everybody started laughing. This girl started crying. I asked her that what happened. She didn't tell. Then the other people said that she is engaged. Her engagement was done and marriage supposed to be within 2 months. So imagine what is the dream she will have if she knows that her marriage is happening in 2 months. Then we went to, their family and then started counseling. They started fighting with us. Then we had to report to 1098. Then they came and at last her marriage stopped. And now she's doing nursing. I think she has completed nursing and she's working somewhere. This is one example I am giving. But how many cases are there? How many cases you can stop? But the schools can do that one. Because within our schools, how we can actually motivate students for bigger aspirations and going for professional courses and making their life more easy. So the second thing I also want to say here when you are talking about, I'll come to the gender point, then I'll talk about that one. So when you are talking about, again see, 68 children under age 3 years are not breastfed within 1 hour of birth. So there is, WHO says that every child, when it born, within 1 hour, the breast milk has to be given. That will help the child to get the nutrition and actually preventing child from many diseases. But immunity as well as many other later diseases. But how many of they are doing? Actually, my sister's daughter-in-law, she is an MBA student. And I sent her a post about this. And she didn't know. Okay, and after she given the birth, she sent me a message. I fed breast milk for my child within 1 hour. But she didn't know. She's an MBA student, knowing that she doesn't know that breastfed has to be given one hour before. So these are the information which will help the, students tomorrow when they become mothers, why it is important for their child that they have to be given breast milk. So these are that I'm giving you these numbers because 68% is not a small number. So what is my responsibility in a school, that because young minds, it will retain in their mind when we change. When we put something, when you put the seed, it will be long lasting. Hence it is important that especially adolescent girls and boys, it is very easy to mold. But it's very difficult later. 37 children understunted, 20% children are wasted, 34 children who are underweight. So I told you the reason. So when we cannot address, if you don't address the SDG goal 2, it will affect the SDG goal 3, 4, 8, everything. So education. We have, today we clap ourselves that 100% enrollment in the primary school education. But are they able to read and write? Learning outcome? All that we need to be questioned. 86 in higher education or 87% is in higher education. But how many girls goes to higher education? Only 30%. 29% female in technical education. And STEM education, if you see, only 24%. So we say that yes, our school scored, yesterday SSLC result actually, CBSE and ICAC has come much before. Our school is 100%. Not yet come? Not yet. Okay, somebody in Kerala they said that. Okay, I'm sorry. In Kerala they said that it has come. State yesterday. So they say that my child has scored 100%. 100 in mathematics, 100 in social science, 100 in education. Maybe 100, but is a good result? I question, because I have examples. Someone had come to my house once and their son scored 96%. And I told him, because his father had a surgery and he had come after the surgery, they had come to my house. So I told him, now you go here straight and take a right. There is a tender coconut shop. Go and get it. This child doesn't know. To go just to not even 100 meters. Okay, 96 score. And I still remember one girl once, she was studying in XLRI. Yeah. Okay, engineering student. She's from Hyderabad. I was asking her, oh my God, Hyderabad, pearls are very famous, no? Is it so? She was asking. So, no, where is that 100% is going? I really don't understand. I have given a lot of corporate trainings, especially on prevention of sexual harassment at workplace. Posh training I was giving. And I was asking girls, especially some of the questions. Not even one single girl. I was not asking personal questions, but generic question, they don't have confidence. So what is that actually the education is leading into is my question. So these are the things which I am giving you to think that where exactly we need to focus on. I cannot tell you that exactly this is the curricula you have to develop. So maybe some of the focus what we can do on comments on STEM education, so that State Atal Innovation Labs in schools. Anybody have State Atal Innovation Labs in your schools? Oh, very good, excellent. So maybe during the tea break you guys can ask them about that one. Encourage grassroots innovation at schools and aspire. Involve knowledge intensive NGOs around your area. So mainly, yes, the person was talking from the psychology point, attitude and behavior. But here when we are talking about, what is that 21st century skills we are actually giving for our students so that they are become more professional in their work. So that is also very important. So SDG 5 talk about gender equality. So I already addressed during the education as well as globally 1 in 3 women are harassed, sexually harassed, and rate of crime against women is 38%. Online harassment of Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. I'll give you an example. The UNDP has done a study with the young 15 to 24 age group of boys on, because during the COVID we actually made our students to digitally expert. So what has happened, this study was done during the COVID time, and the study is so alarming here that what is that students, I mean not the students, the young group is searching. 51% young boys are searching on porn, and 28 about sexy girls. That means 50, 60, 78, 79% boys, this is basically boys are searching for porn and sex. So this is actually contributing to the more crime later. So then when we are talking about what is that actually, how we are going to sensitize our boys, we are actually very good. Beti Bachao program we have done in India. All girls has to be go to schools, all girls to be sensitized on gender, all that we speak. But what about the boys? Are we sensitizing the boys? This is one thing is very important to the schools and colleges, of course. And that when I was actually giving a part of my life skill education course, gender equality, is a small story of a woman, the whole lifestyle of her. And I was actually asking students to read that, and sometimes I was reading, and literally boys were crying. And they were telling that we will not do to our sister or my wife or somebody. So I think how we are actually sensitizing the boys is very, very important here. Talking about gender equality is excellent, where all this data is good, but the danger is today that all this crime rate is increasing because we are not sensitizing the boys. We are all empowering the women. We are very good in empowering the women. But where are we empowering and sensitizing the boys towards respecting the girls, respecting the human beings? That is the danger today I am seeing actually. Many times I am really, really worried about this country when we really look at the way the boys are growing in the society. So these are the things. Yeah, I mean, when we talk about secondary education, 10th standard, 87% enrollment in 10th standard, but we really look at the labor force participation, only 24%. There will be engineers, doctors, everybody happening, but are they really working and are they really contributing to the labor force participation? Are they helping to the GDP of the country? So that is a big question. So time spent on paid and unpaid activities. Care work, who has to do? Mothers. Girls. Okay. So what is the minute spent by the women and men? If you really look at 328 minutes in a day spent unpaid domestic work by women and 29 by men. So are we really training our boys to contribute to the care work? So this is again as a these are the things when you are talking about gender equality, gender sensitization, it is not just respecting the girls or respecting the women. So are they really helping at home? Girls has to do this work, girls has to do that work, but boys, where? So what is that actually we are leading towards? So this is one. I'm not going into see. Yeah, about safe drinking water, again, the numbers are around 51% people are getting pipeline water in the rural areas. But again, there are issues. I mean, today, especially urban, I mean, most of your schools are working in the urban, I guess, but also rural. How are we actually teaching our children to save the water? Very, very important. Actually, we are the one, our generation is the one actually spoiled this earth. I always tell, my generation has spoiled the earth. Are we keeping anything for our next generation? Are we teaching at least for our next generation that how we can actually save water? So we are really not. I mean, today morning I was coming, somebody was washing the car in the pipe. So, affluent families today, actually. The poor people know the hardship of water. But are we actually teaching our children about towards this end? And 17% blocks are overexploited by bore wells. We are digging and digging and digging every time. But then where are we actually? This is again, it's not just what SDG 6, but it's also contributing to SDG 13. So 53% household using clean fuel, cooking fuel, but still there are families are. So unorganized sector employees are actually increasing. They may be studying in a very good schools even, but after 10th standard, where are they going? Are we really building their skills in towards that end? So that's very important. So labor force participation, again I already spoke. So CO2 emissions, again when we are talking about industry innovation, there's a lot of, today e-waste. So we talk about lot of e-waste, medical waste. So where is that actually going? So these are the questions. And when we are talking about SDG 10 inequalities, are we actually giving politically aware of our students on political awareness? I mean, hardly there are actually in the legislature. I mean, if you really look at maybe 10 women in Karnataka are women today in the legislature. And last government in the parliament, only 14% women, hardly few. So if the students have the political aspiration, are we encouraging that? So are we going to bring a good governance through these people? So that is very important. Again, sustainable communities and sustainable cities and communities. We are talking about more of greenhouses. I mean, greenhouse in the sense buildings supposed to be green. Whether we have done in our school, I mean, have we done the green buildings? So how we can actually, instead of closing all these curtains and all, can we keep the open window so that we can switch off the lights and how we can really save the energy. So these are some of the small steps where we can take it into our schools and our buildings. And when we talk about India's per capita food waste, 55 kg per year per family. So this is again how much food waste we are doing, how much food we are storing in our fridge, in our own fridge. Leave it in the schools and other places. How much actually we are storing in our fridge and how much we are throwing after that gets spoiled. So these are, I mean, people has to be conscious about these things. And global greenhouse gas emission is actually we need to be the focus of climate action, SDG 13. And towards that, I mean, this is one of the major focus supposed to be done about climate action today. Because already we know that the data is showing here that how it is actually increasing. So what is my footprint, carbon footprint? How much I am contributing? So every day, I mean, including the electricity to food waste to vehicle to so many factors. How I am really actually contributing, and how I become more conscious about this one. Am I using public transport? I mean, how much I am really using the public transport? I use public transport most of the time, metro and other things, because if I don't practice, then who else? I mean, first I have to change myself, then only I can talk about to others. So this is one. See, look at the rise of sea level today. If you really look at the plastic goes into the sea today, all fishes, I mean, you will see it in the website that how much actually the plastic, so many tons of plastic is going into the sea. So, pardon? Polluting the sea. We are using the bottles here. So, which is also actually one of the, SDG 13, when we are talking about, are we really looking at, I mean, are we using these kind of glasses, or were we using the plastic bottles? So that is one thing. So see, I have seen 8 to 10 million metric tons of plastic going every day to ocean, every year to ocean. So India lost 2.3 million hectares of tree when we are talking about SDG 15, life on land. So where are our animals, species, all that is going? I mean, when I was a kid, I used to see lot of fishes in my stream, and today we have to tell my nephews and nieces the stories of that, and they don't believe. They don't believe because there is no water today. So life on land, when we are talking about how many, I mean, recently somewhere around 3,500 trees were cut in Bangalore itself. So big question, life on land, when we are talking about how we are going to conscious our students on that. When we are talking about SDG 16, peace, justice, every 8 minutes a child goes missing. So what are we going to do today? How are we going to give awareness? Human trafficking has become a big issue in the country. Not only in the country, but globally, but in the country also it is. So 8 minutes, one child is missing means most of them are girls. So what are we going to do? How are we going to create awareness among the students so that they will be safe? So curriculum mapping in the secondary education. First of all, we need to understand about the SDGs. So you can look at the UN website, the Sustainable Development Goals. You will get n number of materials where you can get information. Review the current curriculum, how we can really map those curriculum into our SDGs. I mean, if there is a subject, social science, how I can actually adopt one of the subject into my curriculum on SDG 5, or maybe something about gender equality, or something related to skilling. Science, when we are talking, how we can actually add climate action into that, I mean your subject. So that you need to look into that one and align SDGs with the subject. Actually you have to map SDGs to different subjects and creating interdisciplinary connection, and ensure children that how one SDG is contributing to the other. So that is very important. So some of the actions what students can do, actually donate unused, these are some of the actions which students can take up so that they learn as well as by doing the actions. So these are some of the do not waste food, do not allow to waste food, use what is needed, ensure those in need to get food. So these are some of the captions which students can actually write. Or maybe the UN International Days. There are more than 200 international days UN is celebrating every year. Each one is very, very important. Nutrition, we are National Nutrition Day is there. 3 days we are celebrating in September. So each of the goals you can connect it. I had actually given a book to Richard actually. So where how we have aligned these international days into SDGs. And what are the kinds of action people can do? I mean, like, no, you can create a poster on that, or maybe school assembly. That day, the international day, like, no, how actually, what is that international day, why it has come, and how actually, what's the action students can do, and how it is actually contributing to the larger goal of SDGs. So these are the things which actually can be taken. So SDG 3, when we are talking about hygiene, consume safe drinking water, awareness programs we can conduct. So 4, when we are talking about motivate them to attend the school, maybe the projects which you can take, making students to go to the nearby communities and ensure that how they can motivate the other students to go to school in case if the children are drop out, so that they will understand the poverty there, they will understand different issues in the place, and also they learn to motivate the children to come back to the schools. So assist children who are learning disabilities can be done, and prepare for higher education. Very important that making children to go into higher education, because after 10th most of the student actually either go to work or like not going really into the skilled jobs, but they become unorganized workers. So when we are talking about gender equality, how non-discriminatory qualities can be developed among students, and how to treat each other. So that's very important. I just don't say only women, but also transgender. We have a transgender community actually in India. How much we are aware of that? Like, no, I mean, how much we are judgmental about them, first of all. So, so I think when we are talking about, because most of the time what happens, my own judgmental attitude is reflecting with the students. Because many times we are so judgmental, we are so opinionated. So that will actually affecting, I mean, like, no, the same thing will go into the, when we are giving the class to the students. So, I mean, for example, when we talk about 2 countries. So why today's students are about, like, no, 2 countries, they have an enmity. Because many times what happens, they see the media, they get into school and, like, no, so how we actually, like, no, make sensitive towards that end. So similarly about the transgender community here. So then we are talking about, yes, water is one thing, it's very, very important. We are talking about, also talk about the sustainable agriculture. I mean, not only just water, I mean, also to talk about sustainable agriculture also here. Then when we are talking about how much actually electricity we use. So are we really switching off the lights when we are going out? Are we switching off the fans when we are going out, when we are not in use? I mean, many times these are the things children need to learn the behaviors. Seriously, I am telling, because most of the times fans will be running if nobody is there. The electricity devices will be on when they are not in use. So these are the small steps actually how actually we can teach to students so that they will become, I mean, like, no, they will have a sustainable behavior in the future. So also talk about efficient energies, affordable energies like solar and other things. We can actually add it into our curricula. So buy vegetables from local farmers or street vendors. Are we going to the malls? Are we going to the big like, no, food, this one? Or are we I always buy from the Gadi, like no, the people coming in the Gadi. So I always buy. I never bargain with them. I don't even ask them how much money it is. I never ask them. Because they are the one actually we supposed to encourage them into the, like no, they have to get their income. So I have seen people even for 2 rupees, 3 rupees they are bargaining with those street vendors. I have seen several people bargaining with the street vendors. Buy something and encourage that one, and also encourage the students to, families to buy. Of course, you have the school management committee where the teachers' parents meetings. So give some kind of ideas even in that parents teachers meeting, so that they will also adopt the same good behavior towards sustainable development and also teach their children. So make people aware of the industrial pollution. So how we can actually encourage green buildings and other things where students can learn. Treat people with respect. Again, inequality, when we are talking about, I was talking about 2 countries, or maybe within our own communities, there will be how we can bring communal harmony, how we can respect the other caste, class people, how we can respect without much judgments. So, when we are talking about public places, prohibit spitting, urinating and littering in the public spaces. When you are talking about, this is about SDG 11 and SDG 12. How we can use natural resources carefully and being thoughtful about what we buy. This is about SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. Am I actually buying how much I need, or my wants are bigger than that? So we need to have a kind of debate within ourselves as well as within the, for the students. So how much we really buy for ourselves, including the food. Food must be, clothing must be, or materials what we are buying. How much we really need it, how much we really consume it, and how much we are kept it in our wardrobes and cupboards. So when we are talking about responsible consumption and production, how actually responsible we are and how we are making students responsible for this. So when we are talking about, I already told about this one. So when we are talking about the plastic ocean, I already said that how much plastic is actually going into the ocean. So ensure that children are aware of these things. And of course, everybody on June 5th, now June 5th is coming nearby, everybody will conduct Environment Day. Am I right? Everybody will go and put a tree. But am I making my students to adopt one plant and see that it will grow? So how many students will be there in your school around? 700. 700 children, 1 year, 1 tree, and adopt it and see that growing. Imagine so many schools here. Each of the schools, there are 700 students, and imagine how many numbers of trees would have been actually now. Instead of just going and putting the hoarding and saying that, okay, Environment Day, fine. So we all clap and we conduct seminars on Environment Day talking about the trees and all. But are we really encouraging students to go and plant there and see that it is adopted, or maybe put a nameplate of that child and say that, okay, next year also that nameplate has to be there, but the tree will become a little bigger. So are we encouraging that kind of behavior among the students? So when we are talking about SDG 16, joint hand, encourage students to not to join hands with the violent behaviors, but anger is one thing which is always going into violent behavior. So how we can actually nurturing students to be more peaceful for other people. So all that is very important. So some of the projects what we can take it is fundraising initiative. We can start organizing excursions and field trips to the farms, or sustainable tourism we can make, or sustainable agriculture they can go and visit. So community garden or kitchen garden, international days I said. And sustainable school, how can I make sustainable school? I went to RV management school in 9th block Jayanagar. Every place they have actually put a, like for example, if they go to the toilet, you open the door, there it is written, SDG 6, save water. And when they have a gym, they have written that good health and well-being, SDG 3. I mean, like, no, then there is a computer section where they have written and that education and skilling also, decent job, I mean, SDG 8. They have actually, like, no, beautifully they have created. How actually students can be, like, no, be conscious about, like, no, whenever they open the tab, they become conscious about these things. Then tutorial program, book drive, incubation lab, so awareness campaigns and workshop, cleanup drives, like maybe near the river or lake or somewhere, like even if it is in urban areas, some of the school surrounding communities where they can do cleanup drives, some of these things they can take up. So your focus, if it is on sustainable development goal, local to global, be vocal. Not from global to local. I am making that ulta now. So make it local to global, because every small step what I am taking or my students is taking will contribute to the larger goal of SDGs. So that we need to keep it. I mean, if I am actually not using a small plastic bottle of water, then I am contributing to the larger goal. If I am traveling in the public transport, then I am contributing to the larger goal. So if I am walking, again I am contributing to the larger goal of SDGs. So these are the consciousness has to be bring in our students as well as with us. So then we should not forget about the aspiration district and aspiration block programs. India has actually now, because I told you that 2021 the report has done, after that it has not done, because Niti Aayog actually is focusing on the aspiration district and aspiration block, where all the indicators where it is below the state average and the national average. There are around 100 districts in 28 states as identified by Niti Aayog. You will get it in Niti Aayog website. They are below the national and state average. Hence, it is important that wherever the schools you are working, please look at that is your school is under aspiration district or block. So in Karnataka we have around 14 blocks comes under aspiration blocks. So where they have identified few of the indicators where they are actually below the state average, and now Niti Aayog is actually supporting them with the additional fund, so improve their or health, education, all these indicators. So that we need to focus. Please look into that one. And identify learning outcomes. What is that actually your student has to learn, and like what is the result you are looking at for your student, and based on that choose your content and method and assess your learning progress based on that. So every step what we are taking actually contributing to the larger sustainable goals. So I hope that you will actually ensure that every school ensure at least few of the indicators where you can actually adding into your curricula and into the projects of the students, that will definitely contribute to the country, definitely contributing to the global goals. Here I will stop. If any questions, ask. Thank you so much. Yes.
The environmental hygiene on the roads in every state, I suppose, I don't know much, but wherever we see there is a lot of waste that is dumped
Right.
and it is not removed
Right.
properly. The cows are grazing and on the streets they are there, and
So
there
this
is
is
lot of
this is actually one of the major issue of the cities today. We most of the time we blame governments. Many times because government, not taking care, government is not giving this. But how actually blaming the government itself will not solve the problem. How actually the families having the behaviors. I am seeing near my house, I stay in Jayanagar. I stay night they go with the plastic bag and dump it there. Morning the person comes actually. Okay, morning the person comes. I go from my second floor and go to the place and I will actually give dry waste and wet waste separately. But these are the people where I see majority of them actually never segregate their wet and dry waste. And the people are coming actually, even then they are happy to go and put it in the corner because the corners are very attractive to the people today. So, many times we blame the government. Of course, I am not telling that everything is right with the government. I am not telling that. Okay, government also has the responsibility. But are we actually teaching the behavior? First of all, are we doing? Are we segregating the wet and dry waste separately? And the liquid waste, whatever. Okay, medical waste separately. Are we doing that? We put everything together, then everything we will give it to the person. He will put everything there and he will go and dump it somewhere else. Government also encouraging make separate waste, dry waste and wet waste and medical waste separately. But the families are not doing. Which are all these families? They are not the slum dwellers or anything. They are actually better sometimes because slum dwellers I have seen because the everyday garbage fellow is going and collecting the garbage and everything. They are doing that one because they don't have the space to dump even. We are the one who has the place to dump under a tree or under a empty site. So, it's important that how we are actually teaching the behaviors. Parents teachers meeting, how are we going to give such kind of awareness? When we have the parents teacher meetings, we only focus about the academics. But are we really giving one session once in 3 months, parents teachers meeting? Once a? Depends upon, okay. But at least one theme, maybe 10 minutes or 15 minutes. Are we giving some kind of awareness to the parents? Are we teaching our students so that in the families, they teach the families or the parents that not to put together but to segregate the waste and ensure that they go. But they are not doing. These are the behaviors. The person when we was talking about the attitude and behaviors, I always give importance that attitude and behavior skill you can learn later also. But attitudes and behavior when we are talking about, this is one of the factor. Small steps, how we can do it in the school so that will go into the family and the families will become more aware of. Yes. Yeah, but few of the things we can put it in our bags and we can carry and put it in the dustbins somewhere. But are we doing that? If I have it waste paper, then I will keep it with my bag and I will go and throw it. I am not throwing in the bus. But are we teaching that kind of behavior to the students first? We cannot change the whole society. But the students, what we have in our hand, we can definitely change them. Yes, there are limitations. I am not telling that everything is good. But first I have to change. Then surrounding with my, whoever the stakeholders we have to change them. Then maybe automatically few things may change. Yeah, any question?
Yes. Are there any efforts taken by the departments of the states and at the central, maybe it is NCRT or it is DSCRT, since you are a part of Government of Karnataka. I am just asking this, are there any efforts taken by these people to inculcate these SDGs in the curriculum? If it has been done at the larger scale, because none of our textbooks or none of our teaching methodologies concentrate. We are just only talking about SDGs from past several years.
Yes.
Are there any efforts being done because starting of the academic year?
Kerala, they have done. Kerala state government, actually, I heard that they have done, actually incorporated into their curriculum. In Karnataka, it is not, but we actually have given lot of awareness now to the secretary level, the senior very IAS officer level on the SDGs, so that they can actually incorporate into their curriculum. And also they have developed a SDG book for the children. Separate book
until and unless it is being made mandatory for scoring, nobody takes it up. Right? So if it has been mapped, because we have EVS at the lower level, we have science and social studies, which talks about environment, which talks about all the innovation, gender equality in social studies and all. If it has been mentioned at the end, like you told, when you went to RV, if it has been labeled, then every time it becomes conscious. Because we also do this SDGs in our school assembly. Every month we pick up one SDG and then we tend to talk. But in reality, it is not there in the classroom, so children don't follow it at all.
Yes. Okay, CBS it has incorporated national education policy. I'm not going to talk about that one because there are some issues about that one now. But again, it has incorporated that they have to incorporate SDGs into their curricula. So few of the things I've done. I mean, not that everything is everything is incorporated. I don't say everything. But in Karnataka, actually, they have, through an NGO, they have prepared a SDG book for the children, and they have circulated to the schools. That they have done. But not exactly as you said, that some of the subjects already are there, but they are not saying that, okay, you must be having a environment science subject, and in that there is some climate action topic will be there. But it is not actually told that it is actually related to SDG 13. So I think where we can make in our schools, what we can make that if the subjects are already there, just to align that one to the SDGs and make students conscious about that one. So these things,
One sentence I want to say. After listening to your session, I feel that at the central government we create a SDG goals ministry, and you be in charge of that ministry.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I wish. I wish I could have. Thank you so much.
Shortage of time and presentations. Ma'am will be there joining us quickly. So during that time as well, you can.
And thank you so much. I hope I didn't make you bored. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The miracle of gratitude is that it shifts your perception to such an extent that it changes the world you see. Dr. Robert Holden. I want to express my deepest appreciation to Ms. Shobha Vegas for sharing her profound insights, expertise, and practical strategies for integrating the Sustainable Development Goals into education. We are all inspired by your thoughts, ma'am. Let us all continue to empower students and work together towards a more sustainable and equitable future for all. Now, I request Dr. Mary Jacob, Coordinator, HRDC, to honor the Chief Guest with a memento as a token of our gratitude. Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to extend my gratitude to all the participants who have actively engaged in today's session. Thank you all and have a great day. Please note, the tea is arranged in pantry. You can all come back by 12.
Kandani, they will be presenting second. Then Notre Dame Academy, Darjeeling, West Bengal will be presenting third. And fourth, we will have Holy Spirit Institute from Goa. And fifth will be Rajagiri Higher Secondary School, Kalamesheri. And afternoon, we will have the presentation from, morning we will also have Perpetual Succor Convent School, Goa. So 6 presentations is what we are targeting for the session that is happening now. And 2 o'clock we will have the presentation by Little Flower High School, Abbots, that is Hyderabad. And Rajagiri Public School from Kalamasheri, Cochin will be presenting second in the afternoon slot. And St. Charles Women's PU College, Linkarajpuram, Bangalore, third one. And fourth will be Little Flower School, Uppal, Hyderabad.
Respected participants, good afternoon. My name is Mr. Suku Thomas Samuel and I'll be a host for this session. Let me start with a quote. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Nelson Mandela. Kristu Jayanti College, with the vision, light and prosperity, strives to provide quality education to all aspiring youth of the country. The institution is an embodiment of the futuristic outlook of Saint Kuryakos Elias Chavra, an 18th century educationist. In the third cycle of accreditation, Kristu Jayanti was re-accredited with grade A++ with a CGP of 3.78 by the NAC, which is the second highest score in the country and the highest in the state of Karnataka, as a testimony to the quality of education provided. The United Nations harbors the ambition of achieving societies that are sustainable, inclusive, and equitable. The active involvement of educational institutions has aided United Nations in solving global issues. The contributions of various academic institutions have endowed people with the understanding and consciousness about the identifying issues which today form a part of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. These academic hubs are at the forefront of research that is inch closer to the realization of SDGs. They play a crucial role in educating future leaders and empowering the youth to make a difference in the world. In recognition to the transformative education offered by Kristu Jayanti College, the college was chosen as one of the United Nations Academic Impact SDG hubs. Today, as a result of the collective effort of the management, teachers and the students, Kristu Jayanti College stands out as the only hub of United Nations Academic Impact SDG number 1 in South Asia. In recognition and acknowledgement of the commendable and devoted efforts undertaken by schools nationwide, Kristu Jayanti College has launched the Kristu Jayanti Excellence Award. This award is specifically for the implementation of sustainable development goals in education. The award serves as an honor to the luminaries of our nation who have left an inedible imprint in the sands of time, contributing significantly towards eradicating poverty in the country and making the world a more habitable place. It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, the one most responsive to the change, Charles Darwin. I take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of you to the presentation session of the Kristu Jayanti Excellence Award for Sustainability Development Goal in Education. We are privileged to have an eminent panel of jury with us in our midst this morning. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce and welcome the panelists to the audience. Mr. Previnjit KP is a civil engineer with a master's degree. Sir holds a master's degree in geotechnical engineering and an executive MBA with 30 years of experience in infrastructure, energy, environment, with over 500 projects to his credit. His expertise includes sewage management, solid waste management, rainwater harvesting, renewable energy, environmental impact, and assessment of project. Sir has worked with international teams from various countries, offered consultancy services across 11 countries, 19 states, and 3 union territories. Sir's client portfolio includes reputed companies like Toyota, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Siemens, Manipal, etc. Several of his projects have gained national recognition, including the special mention from the Honorable President of India and the National Water Award in 2018. Sir is a member of the Technical Subcommittee of Waste to Wealth Mission under Prime Minister's Science, Technology, Innovation Advisory Council and the State Government of Goa. Sir, we are privileged to have you in our midst. We wholeheartedly welcome you to our college. I now request Ms. Ramya ma'am to present Sir with a sapling as a token of our welcome. Thank you, sir. Dr. Srijit Shankar is a distinguished scientist with a master's in chemistry from Mahatma Gandhi University and a PhD in industrial chemistry and chemical engineering from Milano. He has held prestigious positions such as visiting scientist at Weizmann's Institute of Science and Humboldt Research Fellow at University of Kiel. He joined CSIR NIIST in 2017 and was appointed as a senior scientist in 2021. Dr. Shankar has been recognized with several awards, including Kerala State Young Scientist Award in 2020 and the 3rd BRICS Young Scientist Award. His research focuses on development of smart and functional material coating thin films for various applications, including energy management, security, and antimicrobial application. Sir, we are fortunate to have you in our midst, and we wholeheartedly welcome you to our presentation session. I'll now request Priya ma'am to present Sir with a bouquet as a token of welcome. Reverend Father Philip Joseph CMI is an accomplished educator and leader with a wealth of experience. His educational journey includes an MPhil in English Literature, B.Ed, and an MBA in Education Management. Over the past 21 years, he served as principal in various schools affiliated with ICSE, CBSE, and the various state boards. Notably, he's founded Chavra International School at Kottayam, Carmel CMI Public School in Idukki. In the past, he's served as the principal of St. Vincent and Chavra CMI Public School, Idukki. He is also responsible for transforming many institutions in terms of its length, breadth, and quality of education. Additionally, he has held roles as corporate manager of CMI schools, counselor of education and mass communication, and Vicar Provincial. Currently, he serves as the principal of Kristu Jayanti CMI Public School in Bangalore. His dedication to education and leadership has left lasting impact on the education institutions he's been a part of. Father, we are privileged and honored to have you in our midst. I now request Minu ma'am to present Father with a bouquet of sapling as a token of welcome. Ms. Lakshmi Nair is a dedicated development practitioner with a rich academic background and a passion for social sector work. She holds a master's degree in development from Azim Premji University, which broadened her understanding of intersectionality, education, gender, and health within the development context. Her journey began with the SBI Youth for India Fellowship, where she gained hands-on experience in rural setting and developed a project on education. Ma'am is a lifelong learner with keen interest in gender and adolescents' health, early childhood education, and special education. She is passionate about understanding of different communities and fostering positive relationship. She has demonstrated skills in community mobilization, communication, networking, and collaboration. She has successfully partnered with organizations like Jal Jivika, Sampurna Shiksha to provide scholarship and deliver digital spoken English classes. As an award leader of Duke of Edinburgh International Award for Young People, she has also assisted numerous youth in achieving program completion. Ma'am, we are truly honored to have you with us. I request now Professor Soumya to come forward and present ma'am with a sapling as a token of welcome. Thank you, ma'am. I take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of you who are present here. This Educator Summit would have not been possible without the active participation of the stalwarts of education who have accepted our invitation for the National Educator Summit. We also acknowledge the participants who have actively sent their nominations for this award. We are very proud to share that the organizers of the summit has received 63 nominations, from which a panel has shortlisted 11 schools. The shortlisted 11 schools will be presenting the details of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals in education before the jury and the audience. I'll be quickly sharing the guidelines regarding the presentation. The jury will be evaluating the presentations made by the representatives from the schools. The presentation should be focused on the specifics of the implementation of the strategy for sustainability development goals. The time allotted to each school is a total of 10 minutes. The first warning bell would be rung at the 8th minute. We request the presenters to conclude the presentation by the final bell at the 10th minute. We wish all the presenters the very best. With that, we would be moving on with the presentations now. I now request the representative from Jyoti PU College to come forward and start off with the presentation. Jyoti PU College.
A good day to all of you, to the panelists and also to my dear friends. I am at Jyoti College as a principal. I will be surprised to know in a classroom there are students of one class 65 students, but in our college we have 65 students in our college. I just want to give briefly the situation of our college. We have a Jyoti PU College is situated in a rural place. We have high school that is aided. Students are coming from economically poor background students. So they are provided everything to the fees, to the uniform, books, everything. But when they come to the PU college, they are supposed to pay little money, fees, as it is unaided. So the students are able to pay only 50 to 60% of the college fees, except the amount. Some well-wishers and our management is supporting them. And we have around 20% of students belong to SC and ST community. For the past 25 years, I have served in the town area and I was unable to get 100% result. But when I came to this rural place at Ajikar, the students are coming from a very difficult situation, but we were able to get 100% result for the past 3 to 4 years. Our students from class 1 to 10, they do not have computer knowledge, neither they have just touch the computers because they are not able, but when they come to PU college, they have computer science as subject. So during the holidays, 1 month we take them some extra coaching classes and prepare them so that they are able to cope up. As a result, last year and previous year also, this year also, the students have secured above 85 marks in computer science. And our students are going for the BCA and they are doing it very well. Though the number is very small, our students are gone. They are also good at sports. Most of the students after the class hours stay back up to 6:30. They cooperate for the coaching classes for the sports. And I'm happy to announce our students have gone to state level handball match participation. And some students have won in throw ball, second place and third place. So I'm happy to announce that our students are doing well even in the sports. So both boys team and girls team participated in the state level handball match. So this is under SDG 4, the quality education. We have tried our best so that our students are able to cope up in their future life, though they are from the rural place. And coming to the SDG 6, clean water and sanitation. We have provided them drinking water. And coming to sanitation, our students on Saturdays and even in the weekdays, they have regularly cleaned the surroundings, and they're very happy to do because dignity of labor. We also focus on that, so they're able to take care of the cleanliness of themselves, their area, their home, their school, and their surroundings. So they happily do it on every Saturdays. And we have rainwater harvesting. In the school playground, we have set a kind of a pit where the rainwater is collected, and that water is connected to a very big pit in a campus, so that the ground level water is being raised, and due to that we have enough water for throughout the year, and the well water also, the level is increased. So this rainwater harvesting is done successfully in our campus. Giving attention to their health and hygiene, we have close by our village primary health center. So regularly twice we invite the resource person from the primary health center, and they help the students to understand how to take care of themselves. Even we call the parents and give them how to take care of health and hygiene, washing their hands, and for girls some sanitation and health. So we are also helping them so that they take care of their health. Coming to the next SDG 15, life on land. Clean water, clean environment. As our college is situated in the village, we have clean air and clean environment surrounded by the trees and the plants. And we have a small garden is set up for the 2 years back. The ground is covered with a coconut husk. It is available plenty in a campus. So our students have covered the land with the coconut husk. So we help the students to understand that we need to take care of even the little organisms so that the water is not wasted. It gives a good look, and also the plants are nourished. The students themselves have set this garden, and also we also have a compost pit where the wet waste, and also we have a campus where some cows also come and rear in the evening. So we make use of the cow dung and also the dry leaves, and we prepare manure for our own garden. So we have a vegetable garden, so tapioca is grown, and we have land is given by the panchayat. So that is called Jyoti Vana. Every year we plant some trees there, and that is taken care by the Jyoti College, and we have small Vana given by the Panchayat. The land is given by the Panchayat. And also students are encouraged to use the medicinal plants. So every year we give them the medicinal plant competition, and I'm very happy to express that most of our students, almost everyone, participate in the group activity. They bring various plants, medicinal plants available in the surrounding, and also they explain what are the medicinal value. And also they have prepared a medicinal garden. Every day they are given turns to water the garden, and they take care of it. So the awareness of medicine which is given by the nature itself, we can make use. So that medicinal garden we have in our campus. And some birds come and make a nest. We are happy to provide them a home for them. We provide them little water, and we feel a good feeling when the birds come into our campus. And also we have a lotus pond where throughout the year we have got the lotus flower. We feel happy, we get a positive energy through this nature. So, here, life and land, SDG 15, we have taken care to our capacity, is possible. So, next is SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institution. Under this SDG 16, we have conducted various competitions. Students are encouraged for the poster preparation competition and also wall painting. So, they have done in the group wise. We have 4 clubs. We have social service club. So they have taken the initiative to conduct some competitions on this point. Then we also trained our students for the street play, what we call as Bidi Nataka. We call the resource person and they are trained how to do it. And so even after the training is over, we give them some themes and the students on various themes. Themes like alcoholism, drug addiction, social evils. They themselves are prepared small play, and the Panchayati also invited us to present them to the people. So we had the opportunity to present to the people around the street play. Our students have done very wonderfully. Second is we also invited the resource person from NITT Engineering College to explain to the students the day-to-day electronic appliance. Like example, iron box, the mixie, how it functions, how we can repair by ourselves. So the students had a little bit like scientific tempo where they can manage themselves, so that arrangement also is being done. Then career guidance and value education. We invited the neighboring schools, SLC students and also the high school students to come and participate. So using the some game type play, conducting them, so we give them some moral values. So we involved other students to participate in it. So with this, I just want to conclude that thank you for giving me this chance to present the situation, how we are and how we are participating and implementing this SDG in our college. Thank you very much for this great opportunity. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, sister, for that wonderful and very lively presentation. I'm sure the photographs were a treat for our eye as to how the PU College has been trying to impact the society and the environment at large. I now request the representatives of St. Charles Women's PU College, Lingarajpuram, to come forward for the presentation. Representatives of St. Charles Women's PU College, Lingarajpuram, to come forward for the presentation.
Dear honored jury members, esteemed faculty members, guests, and cherished friends. Gathered here today, we celebrate the remarkable journey of St. Charles Women's PU College, Bangalore, a beacon of academic brilliance and social conscience. I am Mrs. Maria Arpita.
I am Mrs. Maria Sangeeta.
And we stand tall not only for molding young minds, but also for instilling values of sustainability and global leadership.
We have covered 15 SDGs, and we are happy to present our achievements that resonate deeply with the SDGs for the year 2023 and 24.
Okay, beginning with SDG 1, no poverty. So our college has taken a social initiative where we have given rations like rice, wheat and other toiletry items to 100 families in our vicinity. There are many, there's a layout there opposite to our college where very poor and marginalized people stay. So we invited them and around 100 families were benefited by this initiative. Next slide. And around 10 lakh fee concession is given every year by the management because most of the students who come to our college are from a very marginalized families. Around 30% of them belong to this SC, ST and 3B categories. And most of them are from the Kannada medium, and the parents are quarry laborers who are staying in Kannur, Bangalore. So most of them we give free education, and special privileges are given. A special concession is given to the parents who are suffering from cancer. Because around 10 to 15 parents over the years we have seen parents coming with cancer issues, facing a lot of problem. One example is quoted here, Mrs. Jebamale Mary, who has vocal cord cancer. So the student was given complete free education. She stepped into second year. Even this year we are giving a complete free education. We have also joined hands with Rotary Club of Lake World, where they have supported our support staff by giving them rations for around 6 months. SDG 2, Zero Hunger. We Do Care was an initiative that was started by the Sisters of St. Charles congregation, where every year during Christmas time, when the whole world celebrates Christmas, there are certain marginalized families that they have nothing to do with. So we have collected. The students have generously participated in giving us rations, toiletry items, books, and many things, where before we go to the vacation, we invite those families and we distribute all this. And this year, Texport Private Limited was very generous enough to join hands with us, and they had given 100 blankets. So that was also distributed, and the link is provided for your reference. Next slide, please. Yeah, we all know the Manipur crisis. So the Student Council joined hands together and they organized a peace march, and also they encouraged the students to give donations, where we collected around 55,000 rupees, and that was taken to the Archdiocese, where essential items were bought for the migrant students who had come down from Manipur. And the same, next slide please. The same had appeared in the article from the Archdiocese, the Tabora Kirana on page 24, reference. And this is an initiative that we do. The passing out student usually donate their books, their textbooks, and the uniform to reuse it to the other students who are coming, who are financially very back in getting textbooks or uniforms. SDG 3, good health and well-being. We had conducted blood donation drive with, next slide please, with the Indian Red Cross, and they had appreciated. The parents and the neighbors were the participants. They had given us an appreciation certificate, and the same had appeared in Sanjayvani newspaper. Yoga Day, the theme this year was Vasudeva Kudumbam, and our students also participated in the national and international level, where they brought laurels to our college. Doctor's Day. Dr. Nusrat, she is just our neighbor. She is a person who collects very, very minimal fees and supports the students, the staff. Any emergency, we can contact her. So on Doctor's Day, we honored Dr. Nusrat. A talk on mental health. As I already told you, we are in partnership with Rotary Club. So they had brought different people to speak on different topics. One topic was mental health and about menstruation. Awareness was given to the girls. Since we are running a girls' college, speaking about mental health and menstruation was very important. So a talk was given. A green walkathon was initiated by the Interact Club of our college, where around 100 participants were a part of it, and they raised awareness. The Pulakeshi Nagar traffic police were also a part of it, and the same had appeared in Vijay Karnataka, Deccan Herald, and Deccan Mastermind.
Yes, with the next SDG 5. Our college is dedicated in promoting equality by actively encouraging and supporting female students to participate in various spheres of life, especially in sports too. This year we had got a very good opportunity where our college represented the Karnataka state at national stage. And we won in West Bengal national tournament and Maharashtra throwball tournament. Both of it, the clips are there. And the same was had appeared in the Sun News too. Yeah, and the next one, according to our constitution, the principles of dignity, equality, and mutual respect for all the individuals are highly valued. So to impart these values, we celebrated Democracy Day, where it was actually a general awareness thing. Our students actually went around, which was led by a national activist, Mrs. Anita Cherian, students participated, and it was nearly 160 students were a part of this particular event. Ma'am, next slide. Is quality education. I know it's very important. We do the same. We always keep thinking of giving the right way of educating the students. So here we had actually collaborated with Rotary Club, and this club actually presented scholarship for 3 exceptional students. They were very good at it, good at education. So we, one Miss Evangeline and former students actually, Miss Rufia and Miss Chandrakala. And Ms. Chandrakala is present in this particular college, KJC, doing her BCA. A sum around 2 lakhs was awarded to these bright young minds. Our Jesus Youth group conducted sessions generally every time to actually uplift the faith of Catholic, right? And we have many sessions. One session was about pro-life, where was organized in order to create awareness on right to life. Ma'am, next slide. Yeah, various educational trips we have arranged where the students have got a good exposure regarding in Rangoli Gardens, a village atmosphere, how the village is actually works on with, and museum and Vidhan Sauda, where they had a with legislative process to get in and to see how it works. Ma'am, next slide. Every year we have an orientation on all the subjects for the students. This is during the exam time to help them with the board exams. And this year we have actually ensured that the students not only perform in other activities, but as well as in education. We have got 100% results because of that. Yeah, we have an exposure this time into army life at Banaswadi campus, where the students were informed about how to use a rifle and how to the techniques of shooting. This is an appreciation letter we had received from Color Science. We every year do a program for Workers' Day. It's not only that, we celebrate their birthdays also and some of their important events in their families. Our principal actually conducts many sessions for the teachers, especially to promote them with their personal and professional growth. These are some of the events where the teachers have were awarded.
Industry and Innovation, SDG 9. We had conducted a model exhibition this year with the theme Sustainable Development, where all the departments had come up with one or the other initiatives. Next slide. Inspired by the mission Chandrayaan 3, our students wanted to visit ISRO, where we took them and they had a first-hand knowledge of it. And Chandrasekhar's speech and hearing. After second PUC, for the science students, it is not only engineering and medicine. There is also a course on speech therapy, so we had taken them. And different events are organized in our college, and the guests are multifaceted personalities where they come and give us first-hand experience about their knowledge to the students. Climate action. On the World Environment Day, Ms. Bhargavi, the program manager of Urban System Labs, was a chief guest, where she gave awareness of how plastic is killing our planet. This was Bicycle Day, and Ocean Day was celebrated. Next slide. We have a vegetable garden where the principal, teachers and the students are a part of it. Appreciation letter was given by Bhagya Graphics. Peace and justice, adding on, we had a peace march organized in our college by the student council in order to promote awareness on Manipur crisis. Different events like Independence Day, Gandhi Jayanti was also celebrated. This student had secured first and second place in the nodal level on Gandhi Jayanti, where she wrote an essay.
Yeah, finally, our partnership goals. Thank you so much. Sorry.
Thank you, teachers, for that wonderful presentation. There were plenty more slides that they were eager to show all of us, but unfortunately, to the want of time, we are forced to proceed further. Next, we call upon Notre Dame Academy from Darjeeling, West Bengal, to come forward for the presentation.
It's okay. I'm coming from Notre Dame Academy, Darjeeling. When I looked at the mission statement and the principle of Notre Dame Academy, I really found most of the goals, SDG goals, found within that statement and mission statement of the school. And that's what we are really practicing in all our schools. So particularly coming to Notre Dame Academy, so all our schools with its well-focused mission, the transformation society and respect for all creation, experience of life in its fullness by all, and its fourth education principle. So we have 4 principles, education principles for Sisters of Notre Dame congregation, and the last one is an integrated education for transformation, is called to take the lead in committing ourselves to implement sustainable development goals through various activities initiated. Now, SDG implementation is a powerful universal call to action, as we find. We found the need to help our students to understand the realities of the world in which they are living. Many activities or events of the school being well conducted to the SDG have left the students experientially learn SDGs. These goals are addressed so prominently in the aims and objectives of the school also. It says, the school strives to develop values in students which enable them to become good and useful members while developing leadership qualities which can be put to use for the good of the country as a whole and the smaller society in which they live. So mainly I'm going to explain, these are the main ones I'm going to take up: good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, decent work and economic growth, reduced inequalities, climate action, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Now coming to first to climate action, how we address. So we have the students LTS members. They are known for a leadership training service, students in action. Students, LTS members of the school organized a sit and draw competition on the topic Save Mother Nature. The students' incredible illustrations were displayed throughout the school courtyard, spreading awareness among the school community about the danger to Mother Nature. Exhibitions conducted on rainwater harvesting, smart city, and wind energy. And we also have this, we also had Earth Day and Environment Day celebration and related activities. We conducted clean-up school premises organized by the different groups of different classes. Different classes are given responsibility for different activities. So rainwater harvesting and use in school. Actually, if we don't go for rainwater harvesting, we really need to buy water in our school as well as for the residents at least for 6 months. Now, because of this rainwater harvesting, we are taking care of that. The usage of water is also, we manage without buying much water. In spite of that, we had to buy. Then use of environmentally and friendly lunch bags. You can see our students with that in the photos actually. Then the tree plantation also was done on Earth Day as well as Environment Day. Assembly, actually all the assemblies, like we have for International Day, any particular day, World Day, like recently we had World Book Day. So all these days, specific days, we have special assemblies conducted. Morning assembly is like a celebration. We observe all the international days, all the world prominent days. That special assembly conducted by the students. Conservation of environment. These are some of them we have taken. Forestation and its benefits, green energy and its significance. Then the project work, making paper bags. You can see in the photos there. Understanding how biodegradable bags are made up of maize and waste to wealth from bottles, CDs, ice cream sticks, tire and clothes. Now this we had after having the activity for them. We had an exhibition and we called the parents. And parents were delighted to see how many things they can make really. And the families also, they have exhibited in the family. Instead of buying the gift for birthday celebrations of the parents or the members in the family, they started making things by themselves and giving to the parents. That really brought much joy to the parents. Then coming to the reduced inequalities. So the students with the teachers and the administration, we visited the children at Goenka Orphanage. It's a NGO organized orphanage actually. So that is very close to our school. So every year we make it a point to visit them once. We provide food and clothing and daily necessities for these children. And the students also had some games and a small program conducted for the students. The students paid visit to the elderly missionaries of charity home for the aged. Then there also we collected money from students who are willing to contribute for the Christmas celebration with the inmates of missionaries of charity. So we could buy almost 100 to 120 blankets for them, all contribution by the students. And here also they had they had an interaction with even when we went to the old age home or the inmates as well as the students, they interacted with them. They made sure to listen to them and find their problems, what they are facing. And on next day during the morning assembly, they share about their experiences of visiting all those places. So not only those who visit, the entire school get inspired, and they are supposed to go and inform at home what we have been doing in the school. That's one thing we insist. We let the parents know everything that happens in the school. So they also get the message. Then made a celebration in appreciation of all the non-teaching staff for all the services they rendered to school. The school aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, and ensures that learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote SDG through various activities. As I said already, very creative morning assemblies, various exhibitions. We have tuck shops conducted by the students of class 12. They collect money. It's a learning experience for them. They collect money and then they go and they decide what to prepare, and they go and do the buying. They prepare the dishes and they sell for our own students. And with the money that they create, they made sure to share with buy something for the school. Now, outreach programs towards old age homes, orphanage, environmental protection of waste management, bulletin boards display on SDG. Then we have all these extracurricular activities, sports, games, singing, dancing competition, concerts, elocution, speech declamation, creative writing, celebration of world events. And we also have introduced skill subjects for the students. We have front office, entrepreneurship, and typography. Those are some of the skill subjects we have introduced for the students. Then we have, of course, I talked about the co-curricular activities. And every single child in our school receives equal opportunities and acceptance irrespective of gender, caste, language, or creed. And foster positive and inclusive school culture, providing a safe environment for students, emphasizing empathy. Positive parent relationship. We have PTMs, report card day programs, parents involvement culture also. Then coming to the next one, emphasis on mental health. So value education classes, mentoring, sharing of thoughts and visions, theme-based assembly. School provides concession to economically backward students. Good health and well-being, and every morning before the assembly, students do various exercises. Hand exercises, back massage exercises, to activate the proper functioning of all the organs of the body. And every class begins with 1 minute, 1 to 2 minutes of meditation. These students, gender equality, giving opportunities to different students, whether girls or boys. Recently, they got selected Reliance Football Academy and Kickstart Bangalore. So he has gone for training to Bombay. We end with a small video.
Thank you, sister. After listening to the wonderful presentations, the eminent jury has requested to interact with the presenters as well. So respecting the request, at the same time, to manage time effectively, once the presentations are done, we would be having an exclusive interaction. We will be calling all the presenters onto the stage before lunch, and then we would be requesting the jury to interact with the presenters. So with that, we'll be quickly moving on to the next presenter. The next presentation would be by the Holy Spirit Institute from Goa. Holy Spirit Institute from Goa.
A very good afternoon to one and all gathered here. Respected members of the jury, for selection of the School for Exemplary Achievements, organizers, esteemed delegates, my dear friends. Holy Spirit Institute Margao presents an overview of the commitment of our school for implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. My dear friends, a brief history about the school. Next slide. Holy Spirit Institute Margao is nestled in the hustle of the city life. It's an old school architecture that faces a very busy city road, and it is registered under the society's registration order dated August 29, 1962. This is a brief history of our school. It is recognized by the Goa Board of Secondary and Higher Secondary Education, and in keeping with the requirements of the NEP, we have commenced a pre-primary school affiliated to the Goa Board, and our institution in the year 2021, and the first batch of our KG2, our tiny tots, graduated this year in March 2024. Since we did not have a primary or feeder school, this was the initiative that we started. Next, the mission of the school and the vision. We can clearly see that the SDGs are outlined in our mission and in our vision. And we incorporate these through our various activities and good practices that are carried out on a daily basis. Next, the UN has outlined 17 sustainable goals of development, which you can see there. Next, we at the Holy Spirit Institute consistently and tirelessly endeavor to promote and implement the following SDGs in school. During the past 7 to 8 years, we have strived hard to achieve these goals, although we had started long back, but these were taken on a priority basis, especially in keeping with the SDGs outlined by the United Nations Organization. From among the 17 SDGs, we have selected a few and worked consciously and sincerely towards achieving these goals through our small little efforts. The first SDG is on gender equality, Women's Day celebration from 2021 onwards. The following women personalities were felicitated. Dr. Ira, which you can see on the screen, she's a pediatrician in charge of ESI Government Hospital, and during the COVID time, she was instrumental in helping people, so we felicitated her. In 2022, Ms. Celine Menezes, a former headmistress, for her selfless service was felicitated. Then we also felicitated Dr. Nadine Menezes. She's also a pediatric surgeon. She was felicitated because of her efforts to transform the lives of students, for providing free medical care whenever we asked her. Then Ms. Maria Vienci Cardozo, a former student, alumnus of Holy Spirit Institute. She's a writer, journalist, counselor, and the author of the book Diamonds Under My Feet was felicitated this year. Number of beneficiaries, about 700 students and the parents, besides the public, viewed this entire program for all these 4 days, which was telecasted on Prudent Media, for which we have documentation. Women's Day celebration at IIHM for the heads of the institution. I took part in the same, and I was awarded the best, one of the best chefs among the principals of the schools, for which I have documentation. It was based on millets, and I prepared 2 different types of dishes, for which I won the first place. Number of beneficiaries, we have 10 heads of institution who participated. Celebration of Mother's Day, number of beneficiaries, we have 55 mothers, 45 staff, as you can see on the PPT, and our former students. So we work in collaboration with all the members of the society and the stakeholders. Grandparents' Day was celebrated. Number of beneficiaries were 40 grandparents who participated. Besides, we celebrated the World Elders' Day. All international programs are being celebrated. Special assemblies are held. And in all those programs, we have incorporated all the stakeholders, especially the villagers, the people around, the PTA. We've also introduced football and skill program in school. It is called as Going to School for Girls, where we have implemented program for the girls, especially to train them in football skills for classes 5th to the 7th, and next year it's going to be for the remaining, that is 8th to the 10th. Number of beneficiaries, 295 students. Here they have learned the skills of football and also how to gain self-confidence. We conducted Janani program for adolescent girls. Initiatives were started from 2022 onwards, and we have about 256 beneficiaries. We have doctors from the various walks of life who came there and spoke to the girls, interacted with them, and had fruitful sessions. The next goal is good health and well-being. This goal is one of the 3rd goals under the 7 sustainable goals. The following activities were undertaken: regular health checkups by the Urban Health Center, National Deworming Day, distribution of iron folic tablets, health and leprosy quiz competition, energy conservation. At the national level, we are proud to say that 2 of our students secured the first places, Master Supam Kumar Mandal and Master Joshua Lennox Fernandez, for which we have documentation. Eat Right Rangoli competition, Global Hand Washing Day was observed, World Mental Health activities, Understanding Child Sexual Abuse, mask making competition. Also, we have a project that was led by the NGO wherein free spectacles were distributed to the students who had eye problems. So about 2,800 students have benefited since 2021. The next goal is the quality education. It ensures inclusive and equitable quality education and promotes lifelong learning opportunities for all. The target 3.5 to strengthen the prevention and treatment of substance abuse, including narcotic drug abuse and harmful use of alcohol. No tobacco use, tobacco-free school signages in prominent places is installed. COTPA signage board is installed in school. There's a committee on anti-tobacco. Pictures on the school compound wall to sensitize people against the use of tobacco. anti-tobacco rally was conducted. And this initiative started in a very earnest manner in the year 2021 onwards. And we have about 615 students and 45 staff members who have benefited from the same. The next one was clean water and sanitation. We have a water filter, hand washing stations are installed at different places, water conservation rally, the Jal Pakwada was carried out, tree plantation, vegetable gardening, Vanamotsava celebration. Under Maka Naka plastic, say no to plastic, we prepared cloth bags, newspaper bags made by the teachers and students and were distributed in the local market for free. Number of beneficiaries, 615 students from the year 2023-24, parents, guardians and public. Although this initiative was started in 2021. We have also undertaken environmental protection. These initiatives have borne good fruit for us. Cleanliness drives were taken up by teachers, municipal councillors and students. We also involved the ADIs, the BI trainees, rallies by the students, cleanliness drive by the Eco Club, and also the other initiatives were taken up to implement these above SDGs with our conscious efforts. A few feathers to our cap. Our students prepared science projects and participated in the Ministry of Science and Technology competition, and 2 of our students got a prize of 10,000 rupees each for overheight vehicle detection and for smart home anti-theft system. We also got a prize, an award for being the best scouting and guiding unit, which was awarded on the 26th of April this year. Besides, our students participated at the Rugby Nationals. There were 4 students, 1 girl and 3 boys who participated. They were selected to participate at the Rugby National. This is a new upcoming sport in Goa. And I also accompany the students to motivate them in whatever programs, in whatever undertakings the school undertakes. We have always been supportive, and I myself personally go with the students to see that they are motivated and they take part in the other items and programs. Other activities like potted plants, clean class, beautiful class every week competition, segregation of waste in school, appointment of Eco Club monitors, Vanamot celebration. We have a climate clock that is installed, which was given to us by an NGO, so that also keeps the students informed how we have to make the environment pollution free. Vermicomposting. So to end, I would like to say that the SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, also was undertaken, wealth out of waste competition, number of beneficiaries, 500 students, recycling of Tetra Packs. We have partnership with all the following, just go to the next one, please. Partnership for the goals. We have collaborated with the various partners so that these goals are implemented in earnestness, and we work hard to endeavor to see that by 2030 that all our Indian schools, and we eradicate all this whatever difficulties that we have, as ma'am had mentioned in the morning, so that we can work in the interest of the school, and our India is made into a really a transformative nation. Innovations and creativity. The last slide, please take. I would like to. Just the last one. These are some of my achievements, that are certificates that we have got for in appreciation for the work that we have done. I was awarded the Nation Builders Award by the Rotary Club, also felicitated by the Kunkoli Municipal Council, also by the GHA, the Goa Headmasters, IIHM, the Institute of Hotel Management, and also by the other clubs like the Lions Club. Gratitude is the memory of the heart. The manager, Reverend Father Amandya Valadaris, headmaster, that's myself, teaching, non-teaching staff, PTA, former students, take this opportunity to thank you for giving us the opportunity to present a brief report on the implementation of the SDGs in school. God bless for your patient listening.
Thank you, ma'am, for that wonderful presentation. After listening to all these beautiful presentations, I'm quite sure that we all could go on and on. But At the same time, we also have our stomach to take care of. So we decide to maybe break for lunch, and we will definitely be continuing with the presentations after lunch. But before that, there were 4 teams which has presented, and after listening to their wonderful presentations, the panelists also would like to interact with them. So we wish to spare a few minutes for that. So we could probably have one question for each team that has presented. So I request the representatives, one representative from Jyoti PU College, one representative from St. Charles PU College, one representative from Notre Dame West Bengal, and one representative from Holy Spirit Institute to take the seats on the dais so that they could interact with the jury here. So we have the mic. So we could probably have one question for each team.
Thank you. It's a wonderful listening to all. Each one of you is, I think, competing for the first prize, I would say. But we have a certain things to follow. So my question would be on, have you really benchmarked the impacts of on the students and the community with all your activities? See, there are 17 goals. It's not necessary that you have to cover all 17. You can pick and choose anything you want. But have you benchmarked anything which shows that there's a continuous improvement, where you can benchmark yourself against some other school, which others can learn also? No, that would be a good initiative. Any of those 17 goals, or all also, if you're done. So
I've sent the Google forms to the parents. So when the PTA meetings, to get a feedback, a positive feedback on what we have done, we have sent Google forms to our teachers. Whenever we have our PTA meetings, former students meeting, executive meetings of the PTA, we have asked the parents their feedback. And it was a positive feedback which they have given us so that we could continue. If there were any flaws, if any, we improvised on them the next year. And this year we had our DSE assessment team, since we come under the Diocesan Society of Education. They conducted a survey in our schools wherein 4 representatives from them came to our schools. They observed the infrastructure. They went to each and every student. Google forms were sent to the parents, who were the representatives from every class. 5 students were selected. Then we also have the teachers, the entire staff members. A form was given to them with a different questionnaire to be filled. And they asked their opinion about the headmistress, the manager, how we work, whether the activities are carried on in line with the mission and the goal. So these activities, we got a very positive response for them. Since it was privatized but I have just mentioned on mine because it was not supposed to be disclosed. So still I have made a few points there on the matter that I have sent. So these assessments help us to improvise and to really contribute towards the society. And I feel we have received a very positive response, because from the time we started in the pandemic till now, it has been an alarming response. And I thank my manager for all his support, for the teachers, the non-teaching staff, and all the stakeholders, my PTA, and even the education department authorities. Whenever I have approached them, my DSC office bearers have been very cooperative. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. If you can keep it brief, that will be better, because we have to cover everything.
Yeah, same question, sir.
Yeah, same question, so that you can cover it.
Yeah, as I said, most of our parents are illiterate. They cannot do the assessment, but in general, when we call for PTA, they have got a lot of appreciation, and from Panchayat themselves are very appreciative. They themselves are asked to give some program for the public, and as there is an improvement in the like result, PU result, and any other areas of sports, so there is a lot of appreciation, and as it is a sense of satisfaction from our management and also on the part of our parents, that itself is assessment. Thank you.
As our main focus is on quality education, when we think of quality education, I think we can incorporate all these SDG goals in our activities, focusing on academic character as well as making them useful leadership members of the society. And as we talked already, the others talked about, when we have the meeting with the parents, at the end of the meeting, we give our expectations, the aims and objectives, mission statement, everything is explained to them. At the end of the meeting, we ask the parents to come up and speak if they want to say something that they feel about the school, any suggestions that they have, any observations they have. And regularly we have parent-teacher meeting even with the class teachers. School class-wise also they conduct the meetings. So we get to know from the parents what is happening.
Yes, sir. I would specify on SDG 1, that's no poverty. There are many organizations that started giving rations to the poor, from the pandemic time. So our initiative is not from the pandemic time, it is before that also. And I also told in my presentation, we are helping out students. So should not mention, but still, there is a student studying in the college right now who was passed out 2 years back. But still, our management and the principal and teachers also, we are generous enough to stretch our hands and support the student even today. So that we would like to tell, because there are so many students with so many different ailments coming down to a college, we don't say no to them. We somehow make sure they get into good quality education.
Since we have got SC and ST community students, they usually find difficult, they want to leave the college and they want to go to work. So we have made efforts to bring them back, and this year, second PUC, they are passed with good marks. So they themselves felt very happy because of encouragement. And this year, the topper, college topper, Sindhu, she passed with a 93.3% and she's belonged to SC community.
The last thing, I would like to thank the jury, the members who have listened to our success stories. It was not easy. You have seen only the bright side of it, but we had faced a lot of difficulty, challenges, but we need to overcome them so that we work in the interest of the school. And one thing I would like to share, the management, my manager, there's my manager, myself and the teachers, we make it a point to visit all the students at least once in a year. Thank you.
All due respect, please keep it brief.
Yes, sir. Everyone's going to ask. I thought it was done.
No, that's it.
Yeah, I'll also follow the same pattern. Very good presentations, very difficult to judge. But still, please answer in a single sentence. If you are asked, what is the most innovative thing that you have done in terms of SDG in the past 1 year, and what you would like to do as the most innovative SDG in the coming year? Please think in such a way that it should be unique for your school. How it is different from other schools. The most innovative SDG done in the previous year, something that would like to do as the most innovative for the sustainability development in the coming year.
So probably, shall we give them 2 minutes to think it over, and then they can give.
And for the rest also, the answer I would have expected is, I am using this amount of water, I have reduced it to this. Okay, I had 100 trees, now it has become 4,000 trees. I have interacted with 20 communities, it has changed to 200 communities. I have benefited 10 families, and that would be so I would have numeric values where we can assess it. So your statement is more related to probably the education sector. I am not competent to talk on that. That's all really required. But numbers would be good, because then we can really assess, and you will also know whether you have reached the top, or if others can achieve something, you have at least that as a minimum. That's the reason. Yeah.
Are we good to start with the responses?
Yes, I'm ready. I'll just. So we have what is special is SDG 16, Peace, Justice and Special Institution. strong institution. So this year we have done special is training the students for the street play, and also through the Yakshagana value system, value-based education. And since in our locality there are parents are, some of them are drunkards, and families have been affected, so training the students to go for it, street play. It has brought a positive impact on the students themselves start thinking, and also for the public that we have done. And in Panchayati also they invited us to give this presentation. So that one thing that what we have done specially, because a family can improve their standard.
Previous years for the morning assembly we used to have only based on certain values. So the last year we started with introducing, like as I said, during the morning assembly, all the significant days, World No Tobacco Day, World Literacy Day, like that, all the international days and all the world days, national days are for the morning assembly we include. By doing that, lot of awareness is given. I think so all the topics that we have covered, they include all these SDG goals. When I got this question, as I was reflecting, I realized. So during the morning assembly, we incorporate that.
I would tell that peace, justice, that is important. And the second, I would classify quality education, because all over the world, what we see is there is no peace. It is completely filled with violence. So what we would like to incorporate to our students, to the future students, is peace is very, very important. If everything is in place, quality education automatically is in place.
I would like to take up cleanliness and sanitation, which I feel is the need of the hour in our school. We had a few wash stations, and the pandemic really taught us that we have to be working hard to achieve this goal of keeping our sanitation and cleanliness in place. So this is the priority that we are going to take up. A few activities like plastic eradication, plastic-free school initiative has been taken up. So we will mostly try to target on the environment, cleanliness and sanitation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, presenters, for that wonderful responses that you have given. So with that, I think we can break now for lunch. We would be resuming with the remaining presentations post-lunch. We request all the participants who are here, kindly join us in the pantry hall adjacent for the lunch. Yeah.
Respected jury members, dignitaries, esteemed educators, and all the SDG warriors present here, warm greetings to everyone. Each one of us matters, has a role to play and make a difference. Each one of us must take responsibility for our own lives, and above all, show respect and love for living things around us, especially each other. Myself, I am Jem Jose, representing Rajagiri Higher Secondary School, faculty and coordinator, which is located at Kochi in Kerala. And I'm also serving as the advocate and mentor of Global Schools Program, a flagship program of United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network from the year 2021. Before I continue with the presentation, let me ask you a simple question. Can anyone out here confidently say that in future we are going to live in a safer and better place? Of course not. Out of ignorance, we have caused harm to Earth, and in return, planet has started to rebel, which is quite visible through the natural disasters, pandemic, conflicts, and the list goes on. If we continue the same way, the Earth will be an unsafe place for all. We have a future ahead which is unpredictable, a future packed with challenges and very complex. And here comes the urgency of implementing SDGs in education at all the schools, unlocking the future with the SDGs. It's a universal call to ensure all people enjoy peace and prosperity. It's the need of the hour. It's our responsibility as a global citizen to save and protect our planet for ourselves and for our future generations. I strongly believe that if we want to make the SDGs a reality, We need to raise our voices louder, prouder than ever before. As this academic year 2023 to 24 is the Diamond Jubilee year of our school, we aim to inspire and mobilize our students to become agents of change, equipped with the knowledge, skills, and values necessary to tackle real-world challenges. As a part of this, we accomplished 3 main projects: Haridagiri, Heal a Family, Home for Homeless, along with the other SDG activities involving the students of whole school, including at least all the students will be included in at least in one of the activities. Now let's have a look at the video presentation of the SDG activities. And this is the launch of the UN's program, Global Schools program, and it was done in the month of June. And now I proudly say that we are a member of the Global Schools program. That's a flagship program of United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. And these are the SDGs related to this. And on the same day, a pledge was taken by the students, faculty, and the parents to lead a more sustainable life. And this is one of our main projects, Home for the Homeless. And the Home for the Homeless offered students a golden opportunity to contribute towards providing shelter for the underprivileged families. With help of students, parents, and faculty, we have built 4 houses for the underprivileged, 3 at Adivasi Colony Neriamangalam and 1 at Kochal Kunamau. About 75 students worked on the first 2 houses, and while 90 students worked on the next 2. Such initiatives not only enriched the lives of the needy, but also cultivated empathy and altruism in the younger minds. And these are the SDGs related to this project: SDG 1, no poverty, SDG 8, and SDG 9. And our next project is Heal a Family. And the management, students, and PTA have embarked on a commendable journey this Diamond Jubilee year of the school with Heal a Family program, fostering qualities of mercy, generosity. Yeah. Of course. They also, that's the PTA, no, only our parents. No, nothing. It's entirely the school's program.
What about the land?
Yes?
What about the land?
The land, actually that they had the land, and we have constructed the house for them.
Total expenditure done by the school.
By the school.
Contribution of the parents.
Contribution by the parents.
No other NGOs.
No, nothing. For this project, entirely from the students and the parents only. And the next is the Heal a Family, and fostering the qualities of mercy and generosity among the students by aiding 121 families battling diseases, HIV and cancer, and providing support to 60 dialysis patients. Spent around 1,70,000 from our charity collection in association with Rajagiri Hospital and Carmel Hospital. They have made a tangible impact. And this is the thing, that is the Senior Citizen Day. We have visited the old age home, and we have contributed clothes, foods, etc., everything there. And these are the SDG goals related to this, SDG 1, 3, and 10. And our next project is Haridagiri. And Haridagiri project initiated by our principal, Reverend Father Tommy Kochelenjinkal CMI, a visionary leader. The project, which is not only promoted agricultural engagement but also contributed to charity. It was impressive to see students actively engaging in such a meaningful project. Not only did they sow seeds, reap and sell vegetables every Friday, but they also collected an amount of rupees 12,000 for charity. It was inaugurated by the exhibition of 80 varieties of paddy seeds. The involvement of principal, management, faculties, parents, and the whole school community adds a beautiful layer to the endeavor. The whole school was served with payasam made from the rice harvested from the limited area of the basketball ground. Actually, that was a basketball ground that we changed to a paddy field, and was like a delightful way to celebrate project success while fostering a sense of community and togetherness. And these are the SDGs related to this project, that is SDG 3, 4, 11, 12, and 15. And this is the another, that is the wellness park. The park features a variety of elements that promote physical, mental, and emotional well-being. The wellness park inauguration not only marked a special day for our school, but also served as a reminder of the importance of sustainability. And all the 17 SDG targets were affixed to the trees, and the park was painted with the same hue as the SDG color wheel. And these are the SDGs related to it. And these are the SDG competitions we have conducted for the whole school, that is starting from grade 1 till grade 9. And also these are the other activities we have conducted. And all these activities are taken from the syllabus related to their chapters, maybe in English, science, or maths. And also other activities are there. That's making of fruit yogurt. And on World Heart Day, we have conducted a bicycle rally. And the trash to treasure. This is the beach cleaning. And on the Ozone Day, they made an earth model using the unused clothes. And the fashion show. And the millet exhibition, a seminar was conducted. Nisha is one of our students. She scored. She was the national level winner, and she conducted an exhibition and seminar. And these are Pallikodam Achan, and the Christmas crib was made out of the plastic, without using, that is the unused clothes, say, hack, everything was used to make it. This is the plastic, using the plastic bottles, the playhouse. And these are the SDG goals we have related in this. And all the competitions and the other activities. And some of the NGO and the Rajagiri outreach we have associated with, and we have done all these things. And through our various initiatives which are shown in the video presentation as the main projects 3H, that is Haridagiri, Hele Family, and Home for Homeless, we are making tangible progress towards achieving the SDGs. But our work doesn't stop here. We recognize that creating a sustainable and equitable world requires ongoing dedication and collaboration. As we continue on this journey, let us be inspired by the progress we have made and the impact we can collectively achieve. And before I conclude, let me thank the organizers of Educators Summit, Rajagiri Kristu Jayanti College, for providing us such a great platform where we could learn, relearn, and unlearn from each other. Together, we can build a brighter future for all. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. Next is a representative from Perpetual Succor Convent High School, Goa.
Good afternoon, one and all, and especially the members of the jury. I'm coming from a land, a tiny emerald, on the west coast of India, with its natural scenic beauty, abundant greenery, attractive beaches, above all, warm, and hospitable people, like how we had hospitality here at Kristu Jayanti. I'm in Navali, known for its scenic beauty and a hub for education. We have 6 schools in the small vicinity. In my school, we are 2,500 children with a college, higher secondary. Today, while I stand here and I give an overview, I'm the president for Goa Headmasters Association, an elected member. After 6 decades, a woman is elected. And I also elected member for the Goa Board of Higher Secondary and School Education, representing the Academic Council for Education. An ambitious global agenda is represented by the Sustainable Development Goals for the urgent economic, social, and environmental issues facing the globe today. They serve as a revolutionary cornerstone. We, at Perpetual Succor Convent High School, have established priorities and concentrated its efforts on accomplishing certain sustainable development goals, which give the faculty and the students a clear direction on the path of SDG implementation. These shared ideals, including social justice, equity, and environmental sustainability, which have formed the foundation of the implementation of the SDGs in the school. Our school and associated communities have aligned with these values and established a relatable identity for pupil by working towards the SDGs. Let me give an overview of the 13 goals that we could accomplish out of 17. Zero hunger. Perpetual Succor Convent High School is firmly committed to its resolve to promote a sense of social responsibility in all our students by conducting activities which create awareness about Mother Nature and all natural resources. We have actively tried to end hunger and achieve food security by being advocates for improved nutrition and sustainable practices. As a part of our outreach program, the students work to provide food to the needy and poor students in the slums and railway station. The school is working efficiently to provide food shortages and reduce food wastage by spreading awareness among the students. This year, the children did not offer a flower or a gift for Teachers' Day on Teachers' Day. They had an activity which they donated to the children of Manipur, and we collected 1.5 lakh, which Lactogen 2 was sent across to Manipur to Street Providence, while truckloads of people sent things across there. This was a big activity which came across on most of the papers. SDG 3, good health and well-being. Diverse activities are initiated with active participation for the students to create health and mental awareness. Regular health checkups are carried on for the students. At the same time, dental checkup is done for the students. Iron and folic tablets are given by the primary health centers to the children. Quality education. We have NSQF subjects and at the same time, inclusive education. For inclusive education, we have 2 special educators who take care of academic skilled students who are below the average, and as a result, even late evenings, even during exam days of board, the teachers accompanied the students. Other than this, we had school activities such as rallies, poster making competition, awareness program around the school areas which were conducted to inform the general public about the importance of achieving literacy and numeracy. Gender equity. Our school is doing very well in sports, and as a result, we were Super Auto Under 14 winners. We have all different types of sports, and we can see our students early morning. Our school head girl and head boy. That shows the leadership rights that both the genders have. The school contributes to the implementation of SDG 5 by conducting educational talks to create awareness about reproductive health among the students. Furthermore, the school also conducted activities like distribution of sanitary pads to ensure access to universal reproductive rights and health. We celebrated International Women's Day and Men's Day, which became a platform acknowledging and appreciating the contribution of women and men in all spheres of life. Clean water and sanitation, SDG 6. The school has been dedicated to instilling values of water conservation among its students. In line with its commitment, the school has installed a water ambassador to promote water conservation and wide usage. This collective commitment underscores the school's proactive approach towards sustainable waste management. In collaboration with this, we have the Primary Health Center, who has common and frequent checkup at the school campus to see to the hygiene and sanitation of the school. SDG 8, we have decent work and economic growth. As a part of NSQF, this is a new skill subject according to NEP2, National Skilled Qualification Framework, where we have the students who have taken up electronics and apparel. They answer all 7 subjects, and the best 6 are considered if they are not able to qualify for the next class. This is also the board pattern. Career guidance sessions are organized by the school to provide opportunities to the students. Workshop on implementation of national education policy was organized by us to all our schools in the vicinity and the schools that are run by our society. SDG 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure. Chandrayaan 3 live event. A student and I were a part at Bangalore ISRO to be a part of the event while we were invited at Bangalore when the Chandrayaan 3 live event was held here. It was a great moment for us because we were 2 students from Goa who were selected among the 79 across the country. To create awareness among the students, we have different clubs. We have experiential learning through educational field trips. SDG 7, SDG 11, we have sustainable cities and communities. During the times of disaster, the school has successfully extended help to many needy people by providing the essential items. We had an area that was flooded at Darbandara, where the parents and the students, this happened during pandemic time, we loaded around 4 trucks of things that were given to people in that vicinity while people did not have place to sleep, and everything went with the floods away. Ek Bharat Shresth Bharat program was also organized with various activities which aim and enhances interaction, where French, mathematics, science days. SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, where IQAC Club, who does a very good job, we gave around 5,000 paper bags to the people. We had cloth bag given to the vicinity of the city in Margao, and our students had a rally around the place informing and instilling the values of using to do away with plastic. So this year, Beat the Plastic was a theme for Environment Day. Having that in mind, Eco Club did a fantastic job. For climate action, we have skits, street plays, competitions that were organized in the school and into school too. Life below water. The students had a cleanliness drive at the beach, and it was around 200 students. We have one class with 200 odd. So they were all at the beach soon after the exams were over. SDG 15, Life on Land. We had 1 month of a week-long festival. And SDG 16, for peace, justice, and strong institution, we have Cyber Wellness Panaji, who organizes sessions for our children. On POSCO Act we had, and the Constitution Day and the Voters Day was organized for the children. Other than this, we have something in partnership and collaboration with the parents and the locality. We have NGOs, we have the Lions Club, who also assisted us for the summer camp. The school has also collaborated with the Bureau of Indian Standards to establish the Standard Club, which works towards the objective of the Sustainable Development Goals. Monitoring and evaluation. We have only one thing to say while we have the midday meal served for the children. we have these challenges that being faced and the lessons learned. The school faces a challenge with regards to midday meal, while the parents don't cooperate, while everybody doesn't take that midday meal. This, we are in a process to see how we could help them out. I especially thank the organizers, Kristu Jayanti, for giving us the opportunity. I belong to the Holy Family of Nazareth, a congregation, diocesan congregation based in Goa. We are in different parts of India. Thank you, and it was Miss Mary Jacob who said, she is on my WhatsApp group, she said, you do so much thing and please see that you apply for this. So as a result, I thought I will send across we had a recent conference based, which we had hosted, and we had all the stakeholders of Goa, that means the directors, the education secretary, it was organized by me, along with my committee for the all principals of Goa. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Thank you, sister, and congratulations for all your initiatives, sister. And next is Little Flower High School, Hyderabad.
Good afternoon, everybody. I, B. Manjula Reddy of Little Flower High School, Abbots, Hyderabad, honored to present a few activities undertaken by our school as part of implementation of Sustainable Development Goals. Little Flower High School commitment to Sustainable Development Goals involve integrating the principles of sustainability into various aspects of its operation. The school focuses on providing inclusive and equitable quality education, ensuring access to education for all students, regardless of their background. For we believe that sustainable development is a good today and a better tomorrow. As you can see, our school focuses on mainly 5 SDGs: zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, achieving gender equality, affordable and clean energy. As a part of Zero Hunger initiative, in our humble attempt, we have tried to reach out as many as 1,200 people in making their families food secure. Distribution of dry ration and groceries at different orphanages in and around Hyderabad. An appreciation letter by Father Nelson from Asha Jyoti Foundation is a testimony for this. Students are encouraged to donate 2 long notebooks on their birthday for an unknown friend, which in turn will be distributed to underprivileged schools. As a part of Good Health and Well-being initiative, we inculcate healthy eating habits right from LKG. Posters on, as mentioned by Shobha ma'am in session 4 in the morning, posters on importance of nutritious food are displayed in the students' dining hall, and as a part of our timetable, each teacher will get lunch duty, and every day students are monitored during their lunch break to see that no food is wasted. We strive to promote physical and mental well-being of all our students. Yoga day and bicycle rally also were conducted. Management and staff rose up to the occasion during the COVID time and donated oxygen cylinders, COVID kits, dry ration to the needy, and our primary block was conducted into a COVID care facility to meet the rising medical need. Little Flower High School is an icon of quality education for the past 70 years. Students are divided into various houses, and every child is a part of either literary, cultural, sports and games, or robotics club. Our proud alumni in various fields like sports, politics and film industry include Sri ESL Narasimhan Garu, former Governor of Telangana and AP, Mr. VVS Lakshman, Mr. Peter Raymond, IAS officer, Kamal Kamaraju and Balakrishna in Telugu film industry, to name a few. We are also a recipient of International School Award by British Council, 5-star rating CED, and India Merit Award by Education Today, and the list goes on. In playgrounds and classrooms, let's stand tall. In playgrounds and classrooms,
In playgrounds and classrooms, let's stand tall. Every voice matters, one and all. In every stride, let's walk side by side. Gender equality, our shared pride. Good afternoon to one and all. The next SDG that we strive to promote is gender equality. We have an inclusive learning environment, and as a part of this, we have equal number of boys and girls in our school cabinet, right from LKG to 10th class. Equal opportunities are provided in literary, cultural, sports and games activities, internal and external competitions. Many of our students like Ms. Gangotri, Ms. Dia, Ms. Abhishri are national champions in fencing, swimming, chess and horse riding. These are a few examples, shining examples from our school. On United Nations Day, most of the United Nations Days are observed and awareness videos are uploaded on our Facebook and YouTube channels. Moving to the next SDG, affordable and clean energy, our school has invested in clean energy sources, which are solar panels. We generate 20 kilowatts of electricity, which suffices our school needs. Today, we proudly say that we get zero electricity bills. We have well-ventilated classrooms, which are non-AC. Our Socio-Eco Wellness Club conducts various recycling programs throughout the year. Recently, our project on rainwater harvesting was very well received at World Robotic Championship 2023-2024. For the upcoming academic year 2024-2025, our school has adopted the theme Learn, Practice and Discover for Sustainable Development, where each of the 17 SDGs will be taken up for the class assemblies. With these humble initiatives, we'd like to drive the implementation of sustainable development for a better world. In conclusion, I submit a short poem in this August gathering. We thank Kristu Jayanti College, the hub of excellence and learning, for inviting us to this transformative journey that's simply amazing. As they celebrate their silver jubilee, we pray they serve humanity eternally, nurturing and molding generations to come, also helping educators like us to be awesome. They stand for sustainable development, a noble cause. For creating this awareness, our gratitude and applause. Right from hospitality to knowledge sharing, everything here seemed like a blessing. For all that you are and all that you do, we offer the shortest prayer to you. Dear Kristu Jayanti, thank you. Let your light shine together with you for a sustainable development world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, representatives from Little Flower High School, for that brief and crisp presentation. Next is Rajagiri Public School, Kalamassery, Cochin. Representatives from Rajagiri Public School, Kalamassery.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Jasna Don, representing Rajagiri Public School, Kalamassery. I am delighted to present you our sustainable development goals taken place in our school. Rajagiri Public School was founded in 1994 under the Carmelites of Mary Immaculate of Sacred Heart Province. This institution stands as a beacon of quality education. Excuse me. Okay. This institution stands as a beacon of quality education and unwavering commitment to the ideals of its heavenly patron, Blessed Kuriakos Elias Chavara. Under the visionary leadership of Provincial Reverend Father Benny Nalkara CMI, Director Reverend Father Paulos Kirangan CMI, and Principal Ms. Ruby Anthony is committed to actively contributing towards the achievement of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I would like to clear a clear picture about the process taken place in our school under each SDGs. SDG 1, no poverty. The initiative taken by Rajgiri Public School is IQAC. It's a social responsibility initiative is coordinated and implemented by PTA and students of Rajgiri Public School with the guidance of school management since 2009. This program, built on the concept of collective giving, encourages students to contribute 1 rupee every day. The money collected from this we are using for many purposes, for education of children with special needs, for supporting schools in tribal areas, and also for helping old age homes. SDG 2, zero hunger. The initiative taken by our school is Annadanam. The children of Rajgiri Public School, Kalamashiri, undertake to serve 150 food packets every Wednesday for 1 year at Taluk Government Hospital, which is being done through Ashwasalayam. And also we are giving food packets to people, those who live in the streets, and for the needy ones. SDG 3, good health and well-being. The initiatives taken by Rajgiri Public School is Rajgiri Marathon and Rise Against Drugs poster. Rajgiri Marathon, 4 years ago, Rajgiri Public School introduced the Rajgiri Marathon as a means to promote healthier lifestyle choices, particularly among the youth. The marathon showcases current generations of runners as role models, inspiring the next generation to embrace an active lifestyle. The 4th edition of marathon was conducted on December 10, 2023, dedicated to increase public awareness of UN Nations SDG goals, which was well appreciated by everyone in the city. Rise Against Drugs poster display program. As a part of Rajgiri Public School awareness program against drugs, we organized a hand-drawn poster display program, which was done by all students from KG1 to class 12, which spanned an impressive area of 20,248 square feet. We are very proud to say that the collaborative effort has been officially recognized by the International Jury of Universal World Records. SDG 4, quality education. The initiative taken by Rajgiri School is Applique 2023. The future belongs to those who learn more skills and combine them in creative ways, said by Dr. Shashi Tharoor during his visit to our school as a part of subject enrichment program. And also our NEP 2020 suggests the importance of vocational skills in our education. By considering this, we have organized Applique 2023. It's a vocational training program that is also known as Bagless Days. Here, children are getting an opportunity to learn different skills such as poster making, hand sewing, bottle art, paper bag making, and many more. SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. Initiatives taken up by Rajgiri Public Schools, Reform 23-24. Reform means recycling 4 objects and reduce the mess. As you can see in the presentation, we are giving concentration for 4 objects: used pens, empty bottles, carry bag, and plastic packaging. Children are collecting. We have kept a particular box for this. Children are depositing all these things, which is done by the help of an external agency. They are collecting this project and giving it for reforming, and it is giving it for reforming and recycling, and finally it turned out to many useful things such as bags, files, showpieces, etc. SDG 13, climate action. The initiative taken is called Green. It's an environmental initiative by the students of class 7. On Wednesday, 16th Jan 2024, they visited an upcycling facility of Planet Earth at Alva, Kerala, to understand the concept. And they understood how these plastics are transformed to new products. It was amazed to see how Ashirwad atta packages and used jeans are transforming to stylish pouches, bags, files, and all. And Code Green will soon launch another chance, an old clothes collection drive in our school to collect used clothes for reusing and recycling. SDG 14, Life Below Water. The initiatives taken by our school is known as DROPE, Drive to Recover Ocean Plastic. It's an environmentally conscious and enduring endeavor has been undertaken by Rajgiri Public Schools in collaboration with esteemed NGO Planet Earth. The project financial support is done by our students by collecting old newspapers. The representatives of the NGO comes to our school and collecting these newspapers newspaper and dispatched to Coimbatore on consistent basis. And the amount collected from this is we are giving to the fisherman as a wage. And why are we giving this wages? They are using this amount to collect the ocean plastic on their return voyage after fishing. SDG 15, Life on Land. The initiative taken by is known as Miyawaki Forest at Rajgiri. It's a visionary initiative spearheaded the sapling plantation that will actively work towards transforming our campus into an environment-friendly haven. And our students have almost planted 1,000 plants. And within a span of 3 years, Miyawaki Forest will flourish, requiring minimal maintenance thereafter, and by the end of 5 years it will transform into a dense forest, enabling our students to reap the rewards of their initial efforts. SDG 17, Partnership for the Goals. The main initiatives, Chavara Lecture Series, RPS Gaira and Arman. Chavara Lecture Series is an enlightening journey that aims to carry forward the intellectual, spiritual and visionary spark of the great sage Saint Kuriakose Elias Chavara. Here, children are getting an opportunity to interact with eminent personalities, which was inaugurated by Sri Venu Rajamani, the esteemed former press secretary of the President of India. RPS Gaira, it's a virtual symposium held on April 6, 2024 from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. in the conference room. It was a testament to our intellectual exchange and collaboration. Here we are giving an opportunity for our students to interact with scientists at different parts of the world, and it used to promote their scientific skills. Arman. This year, Rajgiri hosted the 6th and largest edition of Rajgiri Model United Nations, an inter-school MAN conference attended by school and college students. We hosted a record-breaking number of 400 plus participants from various schools, thus giving a chance to our students to speak, act, and perform like global citizens. And also, students program engages around under 17 SDGs. We have conducted mini class assemblies also. I would like to share the achievements. We have received Rise Against Dress Campaign Award, and also we have entered in Guinness World Recording Award, which comes under SDG 4 and SDG 8. Adult Innovation Mission Recognition comes under SDG 4, and also we received Rex Karamveer Award for our social initiatives. British Council ISA Award for enhancing students' global awareness, and Hub School recognition by CBSE. It shows our leadership and excellence in education, comes under SDG 4, and also we have received Individual Students Award, and we got a BBC Young Wildlife Photography Award, which contribute to our society and gives the value of wildlife, comes under SDG 4 and SDG 15, Life on Land. Also, we have completed the necessary steps to get Global Accelerator Award. So I hope I could give you a clear picture about the activities and achievements we have done in our school and towards this SDG. So let's work together for a better community. Have a great year ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, representatives from Rajgiri Public School, for the wonderful presentation. Next is Little Flower School, Hyderabad. Little Flower School, Hyderabad.
Very good afternoon to the jury, the esteemed guests. On behalf of Little Flower School, Uppal, we have with us Reverend Brother Joseph, the principal, myself T. Ramadevi, CBSE coordinator, and my partner Tanuja. Yeah, empowering Little Flower School in achieving sustainable development goals. This goals, SDG framing of the goals could be seen right from the framing of the vision and mission of the school. can have a quick look, where quality education and environmental safety is given importance. Yeah, these are the 17 SDG goals defined by UN. The SDGs have a huge part to play in today's classrooms. So why should we implement SDGs in classrooms? They align with curriculum. It's good for the planet, good for humanity. Teach empathy, act as valuable educational resource, give lesson plans, a new perspective, focus to classroom learning. So the advantage of implementing SDGs in the schools is India is gifted with 1/5 of the young population, where 1/4 of it is the children below 14 years. So we can impress these young minds to carry further and forward the SDG goals for the future generations for sustainability. Going with the first goal of no poverty, I know no poverty is a big policy goal by the government, but at the school level, we focus on the donations to the orphanages and the old age homes, where the children are taken for the visits to these old age homes. This not only fosters the quality of generously donating to the poor, but also they instill the values of social responsibility and empathy, which serves the suggestion by the NEP. Also, the students also donate for all the natural disasters that happen, and the schools collectively collect from the staff as well as the students for contributing to those. Coming to the second one. Yeah. Good health and well-being. The school prioritizes the physical and mental well-being of the students through various initiatives. Annual anthropometric measurements help monitor the health of the students. And while active participation in sports and games activities promote physical fitness and healthy competition, we integrate yoga sessions into the curriculum, providing students with tools to manage stress and enhance overall well-being, fostering a balanced lifestyle. Professional psychologists conduct workshops to address mental health issues, while regular health checkups and deworming camps ensure preventive care and early intervention, contributing to holistic health and well-being. Apart from this, eating healthy is rightly inculcated from KG and nursery, where we celebrate the fruit day and vegetable day, where the children are taught to eat healthy and incorporate the healthy eating habits. Going with the quality education SDG 4, adhering to national education policy, the school adopts a competency-based learning approach, focusing on the holistic development of the students. The following are the best practices that we adopt in the schools. We integrate the curriculum and the SDG goals. We go with the project-based learning for the students. We incorporate experiential learning, where students are taken, the 8th and 9th class students have chapters based on crop production and management, and we practically take the students for a visit to the agriculture university, where they have hands-on experience in the crop management steps, where they even sometimes, depending on the time of their entry into the field, it could be in sowing, it could be in replantation of the sapling. Then integration of art and imparting 21st century skills equip students with the 4 C's, which we have already discussed earlier. Continuous training programs for teachers ensure they stay abreast of the latest technical methodologies, fostering an environment conducive to high quality education. State-of-art facilities such as well-equipped labs, interactive classrooms, and a vast library enhance the learning experience, promoting critical thinking, creativity, and innovation among the students. Apart from this, the students are encouraged to participate in all the activities, and digital literacy is promoted in the school, and the children actively participate in all the activities, which are value-based assemblies and other competitions that are held outside the school. Coming with SDG 5, that is gender equality, The school fosters a culture of inclusivity and equality by providing equal opportunity to the girls and the boys, where equal share of the members in the cabinet is encouraged. And also, the girls are also equally given opportunities in all the competitions. And our student Advitiya is selected for Girls Up program, which is recommended by the UN Consulate. Then the students, the morning man was talking about promoting the sensitivity, gender sensitivity among the boys. We do make the students sensitive, especially when it comes to the chapter menstruation. We just make sure that the boys understand the physiological problems that the girls face during menstruation, and we do promote that sensitivity issues with them. Coming with SDG 6, clean water and sanitation. Access to clean water is ensured through rooftop RO filtration units, promoting hygiene and sanitation within the school community. The water is recycled and supplied to washrooms and the plants in the garden. Then coming with SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. Installation of solar panels with a capacity of 55 kV showcases the school's commitment to promoting clean energy usage and reducing its carbon footprint, contributing to sustainable energy practices. We take up classes regarding save energy, and we also collaborate with the institutions like CCMB, NGRA, and Survey of India, and we keep inviting the scientists from time to time to give talks on such topics. And we have chosen the sustainable practices at school, which are related to SDGs 12, 13, 14, and 15, where we have chosen SDG goals which are related to all the environmental issues. We have collaborated with countries like France, Tanzania, and Philippines, and we have chosen such topics like say no to plastic. We have collaborated with France, and the practices we have exchanged, and we have collaborated with Tanzania in poverty issues. We have collaborated with Philippines with concern to saving energy and clean energy, and other projects being conserve water by classes 6th and 7th, and 4th and 5th classes chose pristine environment and the ways to attain it. Partnership for the goals. Collaborations with NGOs, as I told earlier, community members and professionals enable the school to conduct healthy camps, and monitoring and evaluation is done time to time. These are the achievements of the school. I would just go quickly through it. We are ranked number 1 in co-curricular activities in the national level by India Merit Award, ranked 4th in the best emerging school in the city, ranked 12th in Telangana state, and we were given the best school in Montfort sports and games. We stood first. And then these are some of the achievements of the girl student. That Gade Sharanya under 15 stood second in the girls chess championship at national level. Master Pranam was chosen as the best player in TT, and others are given as below. This we partnered with Conserve My Planet and were emerged as green ambassadors. These are reflections of some of the reflections from the project we have associated with France regarding use of plastics. Let's call in action to transform our world. A long way to go. Let's take the first step towards attaining sustainable development. Let us give back to society. Inculcate the values of empathy and kindness. We owe to protect the planet, ensure that all people enjoy health, justice, and prosperity. And we have a small video to be played. It's a feedback from the student.
Hello everyone. I am Manami Chatterjee and I am currently in class 12. Being a part of the Montfortian family from Little Flower School, Uppal, I had the opportunity to be a part of the IDS British Council project of catapulting nations to prosperity. In this activity, I had the privilege to engage in profound discussion about poverty alongside students from Tanzania. Together, we delved into the root causes of this complex challenge and brainstormed recommendations to alleviate its impact. This experience not only...
Okay, in conclusion, in Kristu Jayanti halls, minds entwine where dreams for the future brightly shine. With sustainable goals, they pave the way for a world where harmony holds sway. In every event, they strive to impart a vision of progress, a beating heart. Thank you.
Thank you, representative from Little Flower School, Hyderabad. The last presentation, the representative from St. Gabriel's High School, Telangana.
Good afternoon, jury members and all the dignitaries present in this auditorium. Good afternoon. I'm Mr. Praveen Dugimpudi and my colleague Mr. Pratap Reddy here are present some of the stories of SDGs.
Meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. It is said by Brundtland Commission. So out of 17 SDGs, we are going to highlight 4, 2, 3, 4, and 6.
Zero hunger. This August, there were incessant rains in our city, Hanamkonda, where the slum areas were drowned in water and people were badly in need of help. So, under the able guidance of our principal, Reverend Brother Anthony, senior teachers and cabinet members were present there on the spot to serve them food and water packets. And they were eagerly waiting for help and government didn't do anything for them. In that situation, we gave a hope for them and continuously for 3 days, we continued the program till the water subsided and till the situation became normal. This is a situation there in Hanamkonda where the roads are being washed away and that there's the slum area where Samayanagar where the water completely drowned the houses. And in this picture you can see our school faculty members distributing food packets and water packets for the people. Yeah, so we not only continued in our city, in the slum area, we, from the news channels, we have come to know that in our neighboring districts also, many people are affected. So with the principal, teachers and the cabinet members and students, we raised a fund to meet the hunger of the people in the neighboring district. We have our MLA, Mrs. Anasuya Sitaka. Right now, she is the Honorable Tribal Minister and Minister of Panchayat Raj. She guided us. We took all the flood material in the truck where we reached the tribal area and we were given a place to distribute the material. And our students felt very happy because what all they contributed reached the deserving people. And this is not the first time we have been doing. We do it every year. Whenever there is a disaster in our place, we are ready to help them and give hope for them until they recover, we support them.
SDG 3, good health and well-being. It ensures health lives and promote well-being for all ages. Good health is feeling of satisfaction with life, health, happiness, and prosperity. It targets, and St. Gabriel's targets, its aim to prevent needless suffering from preventable diseases. Good health allows to live our lives to be fullest and participation and actively participation for the well-being of every citizen, especially the children. To increase life expectancy, St. Gabriel's have taken initiatives to improve the hygienic and health medications. So in order to improve that health hygienic centers, we have adopted a home for the aged around our area, which is almost 80 inmates who were mentally challenged persons. So every section, we have 25 high school sections. Whenever each section celebrates and their birthday celebrations, they contribute huge amount and they go to the home for the aged, or else sometimes they go to these St. Anne's, which are very nearby. They give a medication for the poor people. And at the same time, we have the food. Whenever we have the food shortage, we collect from the students and we distribute to them. The students used to collect the clothes, unused clothes, especially the good condition clothes. They also do contribute for the cause of these mentally challenged persons.
Quality education. Our school has a history of 70 years. Right from the beginning, our brothers have been insisting on the quality education and all-round growth and development of the students. So the result is that proud alumnus have excelled in various fields, and they support the student community with their career guidance. So we update our knowledge and thereby impart a quality education to the students with digital classrooms. IIT classes were conducted regularly, and competitive exams were conducted, and our student team of 8th and 9th and 10th class team has won first place in the state of Telangana in Chakumiki talent test, and they received prize from the Honorable District Collector Mrs. Sikta Patnaik. Then apart from that, our students also excel in sports and games, where our students won prizes at the national level, participated in the national level in football and athletic competitions. So as a part of quality education, we encourage students in literary cultural events, and we organize orientation programs for parents, teachers and students. We conduct competitions inviting the neighboring schools. Then we take up social service activities, donating clothes, utensils and provisions for the victims. We organize science fairs in the school. We organize one-day picnics. Then we invite our proud alumnus of our school, where you have Mr. Bharat Kumar, my classmate, who has been High Commissioner to Botswana. Right now we are in contact with them, and we will reach not only India but also to some of the African countries. We guide the students for competitive exams, and we develop the artistic skills in drawing and painting. NCC wing in our school instills discipline and patriotism among the students, and they'll take up the voluntary work in the school. Karate competitions are held. Both boys and girls learn karate for their self-defense and take part in the external competitions.
Our school takes the SDG 6, clean water and sanitation. It ensures availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. In order to achieve the sanitation and clean water in school level, we target our children to achieve equitable access to safe and affordable drinking water for all, to achieve equitable sanitation and hygiene for all, to improve water quality by reducing pollution, to improve water use efficiency, to protect and preserve and reduce or recycle water. In order to use clean drinking water and sanitation in our school, we have installed a water plant in the year 2013 we collaborated with Bala Vikas, a local NGO. At the time, we called as a test cricket player, England cricket player, called as Nick Crompton, with the collaboration of the Frank Water project. we installed the purified water plant in our school from 2013 onwards. From then onwards, we are supplying the pure water facility for all the children. And this was, the inauguration was done in the 2013. And he was a test cricket player at that time, in 2013. So not only that one, we do maintain sanitation in our school campus. And we have a purified water. All the facilities also we do with all the collaborations with the children.
Yeah, among the 12 participant teams, we have come out with the challenges and lessons learned in this SDG. Too much involvement of students in SDG activities, they tend to neglect their studies. So just first I'll tell the challenges, then I give the solution to them. Sometimes due to shortage of funds, the programs may be executed partially. As the students are busy with their academics, they may not get time to participate in SDG programs. Lack of cooperation from parents in involving the children in SDG programs. So the strategy is the academic schedule is planned in such a way that students get time to participate in the programs. The programs are planned in keeping in mind the financial position of the institution. Careful planning of the activities does not disturb the academics and examinations of the students. Students who are interested in to take part in SDG programs need to take a consent letter from the parents that they are interested in involving in their children in SDG programs. Thank you everyone. Thank you the hosting institution, and thank you everyone for patiently listening to our project. Thank you, judges.
Thank you so much, representatives from St. Gabriel High School. Panelists, now can we have the interaction? Yeah. So one representative from Rajagiri Higher Secondary School, Perpetual Succor Convent High School, Little Flower High School, Rajagiri Public School, Little Flower School, Hyderabad, St. Gabriel's High School, Telangana. One representative each can come forward for the interaction. Sir.
Come that side.
Good afternoon. So I'd like to ask one clarification with the Rajagiri Public School, Kalamacheri. You spoke about the iShare program.
Yes.
And in what all levels that you are making use of that money, iShare?
Yeah.
And what are any documents to be presented?
Sure, Father. Actually, iShare is, the theme is, it is also known as 1 rupee per day. So monthly basis, actually this is done with the collaboration with our PTA members also. So every month, every day children are not bringing, they are taking 1 rupee from their pocket money and they will bring only at the end of the month. Usually we keep a day as May, for example, if we are collecting it on June, they will bring the money only at the month of June 30th. And we have formed separate PTA committees for each class for collecting iShare money. So there will be one PTA group is there for collecting iShare money from class 1, class 2, class 3. And we have allotted different days for them also. 1 to 5 we have given day for Tuesday, 6 to 8 is Wednesday, and 9 to 12 is Thursday. So then these days it's done by our PTA members very systematically. And the amount collected from each monthly basis is well coordinated by, there is a coordinator among the PTA, is the amount collected from them is coordinated by our PTA coordinator. And it is given for the, each month they are doing it, and which is given for the approval of the principal and again to the director. Then after this, after receiving the money, after 1 year only, that means we are getting a huge amount. So after 1 year, we will plan a particular project. First, we will plan a particular project. Last year, what we have done is, we have contributed an amount to one of our gardener. For constructing his house. He is from a poor family, for constructing his house. That was the major amount we have contributed. Then again we are having a balance amount that we are giving for food pack. We are saving food packets to people, those who lives in the street. It is not on a random basis. We have kept a particular day for that. For example, we are giving food packets to a hospital, it's a Taluk government hospital located at Alwa. Alwa is a city near Cochin. On every Wednesday we are giving it. So we are doing this procedure on regular basis with a specified number and with a specified amount. And everything will project at the, that means everything they will project in front of all parents on the day of annual day. Okay, that's the thing we are doing it. Thank you.
I have a question for the Perpetual Convent High School. Sister, while you have been at the top agencies of education in Goa and being involved in so many committees, what I found missing is probably an inclusiveness in terms of including other schools in your activities, an outreach program. While your school is doing very good with all these activities, how do you engage with nearby schools or other government and non-governmental schools in Goa for the sustainability development activities?
We have Science Day, Math Day, and Robotics. We have introduced STEM education, and our school is a lead school where the vicinity is a part in the evening program. So we are lending our school for this program. This is in par with the government. We have inter-school competitions to the school of the vicinity because we have 6 schools. One is ours, rest, one is the diocesan school, 3 are run by the Hindu management. So those schools plus Goa, South Goa is invited for our science and math day. These are competitions. At the level what we have Goa Talent Search Exam. This is the first exam that is organized by the Goa Headmasters Association. And we had this year 6,410 students across Goa who appeared for this exam, right from class 7th to class 10th. So the results were just declared. This was the first competitive exam, while we had the Akash Institute collaborating with us in the code, the forms plus the results were given by them. Rather than that, we have our society schools where we have competitions, essay and elocution. This is across the state of Goa. I did not make a mention because the time constraint, although I had it on my paper written, it was only 10 minutes. I represented the state out of 400 case studies that went across to NCRT. I was one who represented the state of Goa for celebrating school leadership with presenting a paper on holistic school development in the month of January. There were 2 from Telangana too, but we were altogether 49 of us. Thank you.
Okay, nice presentation, everyone. So I do not have question for one particular question. Like I have a question for everyone in common. So when you presented gender equality part of SDG, most of the presentation what I've seen was giving opportunity for both girls and boys to participate in sports, or which is very basic, right? So, what would be one thing or one or the other activity which you would say stands apart from giving opportunity for girls and boys to participate, which is very basic? This one, am I clear with my question?
In our school, our student leader is a girl, and student counselor is also a girl. Because now, and when we check the number ratio also, girls are more. And also when we check our vocational skill training program, our girls have excelled in our, when we check their result, not only co-curricular activity, the vocational skill training, girls have excelled. We have a multimedia lab. The number of girls is more in that multimedia lab than boys. So when we check, we are having 18 different combinations in our school. In these 18 different combinations, most of the 12 combinations are vocational skills. So now when we check the latest trends, we can see that the girl children are taking physical education, multimedia, and rather than boys. When the boys go for science stream, girls children are coming for this vocational skill courses. Thank you.
Hi, ma'am. Actually, for the actually we have conducted the competitions including all the students of the school, the whole school, starting from grade 1 till grade 9. And one of the competition was based on this gender equality, and that was done by grade 9 students. And also, I think that it was just to create an awareness among the whole school. The whole school was the audience for that program, and now they know that what is the importance of being the why we want to give the importance for the gender equality. And this thing, it was published in the Global Schools program social media, in the FB and the Instagram, and it was we got a great appreciation from the, I hope that you know that Global Schools program, it's a program, it's a flagship program of United Nations, and they had already published it, and whoever has gone through it, and I'm sure that that is one of the things we can make the awareness among the students about the gender equality, and we give equal opportunity to both the boys and the girls in our school.
I think some more research is required that question. So, other than the boys and girls in the school, how can the concept of gender equality can be created? Because there is transgenders are there in the society. How we can make aware the public community or parents or our students?
So we do have chapters related in reproduction. The children do question us what causes, what is transgender, how does it happen. We go in detail with such explanations. And when it comes to gender equality in our school, the boys have a reverse slogan. They need gender equality because it's mostly the girls that excel in all the competitions when it comes to cultural, literary activities. And the girls are the members of the Child Protection Committee in this school. And it's the girls mostly that excel in all the activities.
To add to this, we have the Family Service Center, who takes care of sessions for the children, girls and boys together. So this was the mind of the Family Service Center, Goa. While we have this organized, but it is at our level that we invite them, so they are at a session for nearly 10 to 12 days with us. In each school depends on the number, because although their team comes around 6-7 of them each day, but our number is more. But the girls and boys are there in all the activities. What I say, for the sex education, what they have organized by the Family Service Center, had a lot of inputs for the boys to what they did not know, and they could ask questions, because otherwise we used to have it only for girls separate, boys separate, so this is done together. So as a result, I thought that helped both the male and the female for the gender, to know what is happening to girls and to boys too. At the same time, for these competitions, while we have students for sports, we are outstanding for sports in girls and boys, for the sports in all the events. And the This depends all with the teachers who are there on the sports field. So they like to be in sports. We have square martial, gymnastics, which girls are taking part, not the boys, not many. Other than that, competitions, both do well. Girls and boys, I don't say the girls outstanding, but both are doing well, girls and the boys. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. In our school, we invite our ex-students who are medical students to come and give a talk. And in this talk, teachers are not there. Mostly the teachers are out of the auditorium. So they very frankly share their problems with their super seniors, as we call them. They share their thing, and some of them even come out about their identity and how different they feel from the rest of them. So this is a very, very open platform where children come out and share their feelings and their experiences very openly. Besides, we also have sessions with parents. We educate parents, and we bring a lot of awareness among our students to to think about this inclusivity. Inclusivity factor is given, and a lot of openness is there to encourage that. And besides this, we have also collaborated with US Consulate and included many STEM projects. And one of our child is selected for the STEM project. She'll be going to Kochi from June 1st to 9th, ma'am. So, yes, Girls Up Project. It is called Girls Up Project. And moreover, we are very inclusive in nature, and we give a very non-judgmental kind of environment in our school so that they interact very freely. Maybe with the teacher or an adult, they may not open up. So we call our ex-students from medical streams, MBBS final year students, MD students, they come and give talks. So it is very open platform for them to interact. And counseling session, of course. Our counselor is a very young girl. So it's not very experienced person. They collaborate and they identify very well with them. Thank you.
We have Ms. Gangotri from class 6 who is participating in learning and participating national level fencing competition. Only boys are encouraged in that. It is a sword competition. We have shown the slide also. So initially parents were not willing to set, but we gave permission. Like whenever she goes for the competition, we give her extra time to complete the notes. And examinations are also conducted. During examinations, if she goes for the competitions, we reconduct the examinations. That's how we are promoting her for the competition. She is the only girl from Hyderabad from our school.
I have a related question. It's for all of you. Is your institution disabled friendly? Is it certified or evaluated, audited, whatever?
On UDICE, when we send the UDICE form, we have that.
Okay.
Whether we have a ramp, because
CBSE school, so
okay.
those we have to make.
And do you have?
My school is a state syllabus school, and it's not at all mandatory that we should incorporate the SDG into our syllabus, but still we are doing it.
Okay. Do you have special educators?
I have 2 special educators.
Everybody?
We have no such students, so no educators.
Because now SQAF, School Quality Assessment and Assurance Framework, made compulsory. So each school is doing innovative approaches, and under the SQAF we can see that each domain we will have to complete all strategies, then only we can move to the next level. So which all things we didn't have, we have incorporated everything last year, and we have completed our SQAF procedure, and we got a score. I am proud to say that we got a scorecard of 90.4. Decimal I think may not change, but I think my 90 is right.
Okay. Third question is, do you have sanitary pad management in your schools?
Yes.
Yeah? Yes. Okay. Now coming to the brass tacks. Renewable energy, water, biodiversity, responsible consumption. All this requires numbers. Are you having anything in practice where you measure energy between month to month, last year to this year, energy per student, energy per square meter? These are the benchmarks you need to have so that you can then do a continuous upgradation of whatever you have. Because it's all about money, 20 kilowatt, 55 kilowatt, it's all about budget. But you can also reduce your consumption. For example, if you are cooking in your college or schools, how much is the waste you are producing daily? Are the students aware what was the waste produced yesterday, between today, and is there a continuous reduction? Are there systems in place like that? What about water consumption? Is it all metered? You might have your bore wells and wells, but is it all metered, and are you continuously bringing it down? Are you recycling your water, and are you continuously recycling and enhancing or reducing the consumption of fresh water? These are numbers we would have liked to see. But of course, I think all of you are doing it, but it will be good as a institution if you can. It's all a suggestion, right? So it's good if you can start benchmarking it, because that will, and your thing which you told about the challenges, the students look at SDG as a competition again. I don't really consider that, because you can use this data to teach every aspect of your subject, right from maths, statistics to physics to chemistry. You can teach using this SDG 17 things, right? So you don't have to look at it. It's actually a tool for you if you use this data. No, that's what. You can use this to teach your very subject. Each of your teachers can use this data collected from these, whatever I told, to explain everything about what they're supposed to teach and also promote SDG.
Sir, we had one project, Conserve My Planet, in collaboration with Schneider Electricals, where we have collected the electricity bills house-wise, then school inputs and outputs, how much we saved per the month, all those data we had, and we were awarded as the best school for that. And thus we are on the way for measuring the carbon foot.
Yeah, exactly. No, what I'm telling, you don't need Schneider Electric for that, to get the electricity bill and do, and then the maths teacher can use that to show averages, mean, maximum, mode, everything can be done, and your continuous, a lot of things can be done, right? That's exactly.
Regarding this climate change, regarding the waste for paper and plastic, this year we had plastic-free school, but the paper was weighed. This was done by science and technology. So when they come, they weigh the paper that is there of the school, and as a result, we could have the countdown.
Another suggestion.
Thank you.
Again, a suggestion. Feeding is good. Like Confucius said, you can feed a person every day. Teaching him fishing is the best thing. So some activities in the fishing part of the thing would be good. And I think you showed that 80 varieties of wheat, which was a school which, So that is something which is good, because that's about climate change and sustainable agriculture, hunger. It ticks most of the boxes, And if you can breed these 80 varieties, I don't know, maybe it is indigenous, back to the farm, because in Kerala especially the farming is actually going down.
Actually, that was the after-board ground changed to the paddy field.
I don't know what happened to the sports part of it now.
That was an unused one. So we changed that way. Actually, the students were enjoying. No, actually, the students were enjoying doing everything, even sowing, reaping, everything. And also, every Friday we are having the students sell the vegetables which they are, and we have the PTA has sponsored a vegetable cart for selling, and they move around the campus and they sell the things. And out of that also, they have collected 12,000 rupees and donated to the charity fund.
What Srijit said about outreach. Yeah. Whatever practices you have showcased in your institution, it should move out, and you should start adopting villages or communities outside, and it should scale up.
Yeah,
only then your SDG would work.
In our Home for Homeless project, we had moved to, that the Neriyamangalam, it's a very far place, and even our students were ready to move out there during the weekends and the vacations, and they helped to build the 3 houses there in the Adivasi colony. And I think
those 2 orphanages and old age homes are regular visits every year.
And in our school, as I said, it's a draw project. Our children are going to the port and giving the fund to the fishermen. and even Miyawaki also is initiated by our teachers are just monitoring. Children are supplying the plants, they are watering it. Newspaper also, when class leaders are doing it, teachers are actually just watching what they are doing, it's doing on a regular basis. All initiatives are taken by our students.
Excuse me, ma'am, can I interrupt in between? Any morning presenters for teams, whether you want to add anything, any one point you feel like adding? Otherwise, it's done. Okay, thank you. So, thank you all the presenters. You can get back to your seats. As we draw to a close on this enlightening journey through the corridors of sustainable development within Indian schools, it's evident that our collective efforts have illuminated a path towards a brighter, more sustainable future. The showcase success stories of SDG implementation in Indian schools stands as a beacon of hope, demonstrating the transformative power of education in nurturing responsible citizens and fostering positive change in our communities. Throughout the presentation, we have witnessed a tireless dedication of educators, students, policy makers, and stakeholders who have embraced the challenges of integrating the sustainability development goals into the fabric of Indian education. Their commitment to sustainability, innovation, and collaboration has not only enriched the learning experiences of countless individuals, but has also paved the way for a more equitable, resilient, and environment-friendly, conscious society. So as we express our gratitude, I'd like to thank our eminent panel of jury. We thank Mr. Pravinjit KP, Director Eco Paradigm, for sharing his expertise to evaluate the presentation. I request Dr. Jonas Richard to give a memento to Sir. We take this opportunity to thank Dr. Srijit Shankar, Senior Scientist, CSIR NIST, for being with us. I request Professor Manikandan to give a memento as a token of her gratitude. Reverend Father Philip Joseph CMI, an exemplary leader who serves as a principal of Kristu Jayanti CMI Public School, Bangalore. Father, we express our sincere gratitude to you. I now request Professor Reenu Mohan to give a memento to Father. We thank Ms. Lakshmi Nair, a passionate development practitioner, for your valuable suggestions throughout the session. I request Professor Vishnupriya to give a memento as a token of her gratitude. A word of gratitude to our participants and delegates who have contributed their insights, expertise, and passion. Let us all recognize that our journey towards sustainable development is far from over. It's through continued dialogue, engagement, and action that we will overcome the remaining hurdles and realize the full potential of the SDGs in Indian schools and beyond. Let us reaffirm our collective commitment to the principles of sustainability, equity, and inclusivity. Let us carry forward the lessons learned and inspirations gained from the success stories as we strive to build a better world for current and future generations. Thank you each and every participant and delegates for your invaluable contributions, and may our shared vision of sustainable future continue to guide us on journey ahead. Thank you so much. Few common announcements. Now we are breaking for tea. Tea is arranged in the pantry hall. And immediately after tea, we are going for the city tour. Whoever is interested, yesterday you have registered your names for city tour. Requesting all of you to assemble in Chavra Square in front of this building. I hope you know, yesterday for the campus tour, we have shown you the Chavra Square. It is in front of this building. Assemble by 4:20. You can freshen up and come back at 4:20. Is the time okay for all of you? Okay, thank you.